Hey everyone, today we're going to build SupplyChain X. So this is a portal for the manufacturers, distributors, and retailers for managing their supply chain. So this application, this is a full stack application. This helps them manage their warehouses, products, inventories, and transactions. So yeah, so this actually I built it on top of an existing product called Foundation X, which I built as a boilerplate code. Okay, so I used that boilerplate code and I built on top of that. I have a YouTube video on how I built that from scratch. Let's have a quick demo of this product. So first I have to actually run the product. I'm already signed in. I'm going to sign out and I'm going to log in. This guy is the manufacturer. Okay, so he already has one product, one warehouse, and this is the warehouse that this guy, the manufacturer one has. It's called Ennor Supply Nexus, whatever. And going to that, we can see the inventory. He has a product called, he has 32 products called bphone, and also the transactions. So what came in and what went out from that warehouse. The manufacturer can actually create products. Okay, they can create new products. They can manage their products, and also they can view the product flow of that particular product. Okay, this shows that this is a factory, this is a distributor symbol, that this is a store showing the retailer. Let's have a quick demo on let's create a new warehouse. And also we're going to have a lot of forms, and we have a really good form validation, client-side validation as well. I'm going to create a new warehouse. I'm going to call this Ananagar Augmented Warehouse with some description, ChatGPT, and some random address here. So you can, in the map, you have to actually set the location yourself using this marker. You can search for your location. Okay, that's Ananagar actually. You can search anywhere you want, and the map will show some amazing animation guiding towards that location. And also it takes the warehouse with that so that you can drag that from there. Okay, so I'm going to put it in the Ananagar location. Create the warehouse. So our warehouse is created. Also, this is a static map created, which this is not dynamic, which is a static map which I created using the Mapbox API. And this is just an image component. There's not a map component. And now the manufacturer can create a inventory. So I'm going to actually go through and going to create a new product here. I'm going to create a chair. Let me copy paste the names and descriptions from ChatGPT. Okay. So the product is done. I'm going inside. We don't have any product flow yet. So in the warehouse, the newly created warehouse, I'm going to create a. So here we can select from your products, the list of products that you have created, and I'm going to create 100 chairs. Okay, red chair that looks black. Okay, so it automatically creates a transaction with no from warehouse because we just created from the factory and we just inputted. There is only 2. Okay, and we have like other warehouses here. I'm going to transfer some of them to them. So these are like read only. So this is 13 warehouse. So the warehouse and the product area are read only, so we cannot modify that in the form. And the target warehouse is going to be 11, and I'm going to pass 17 just to be unique. So automatically the page refreshes. Okay, I'm using Nextjs cache revalidation. So whenever we do a mutation, we can revalidate particular caches. Now if I go back here and refresh, I'm seeing the red chair that looks back. I'm seeing 17 items there, and also I'm seeing the int, the transaction here. Okay, now this guy is a retailer. That person can actually sell some items. So what happens is that it automatically refetches the data, and it automatically updates the transaction here. And let's also transfer some more to this Soling and Allure also. So that person is going to transfer. Okay, now we are 37, and when we refresh that distributor, we're going to see the 46 red chair that looks black product. Now if we go to the manage products, you can see what happened here. Okay, so the factory is in Ananagar, and that person sent 46 to this distributor in Solinganallur, and this person in the Tambaram got 17 and he sold 6, so he is having 11 remaining. Okay, let's get started. Hey everyone, let's start by creating a new repository. So this, the foundation X workspace was the one I built in the last video, and I'm going to create a new repository. So this is a public template repository, so you can create a repository from this. I'm going to call this SupplyChain X workshop. Okay, so I'm going to make it public and create a repository. Okay, I'm going to clone that into my desktop. As you can see, I was like doing some rehearsal, don't mind it. Okay, so I'm going to clone the repository in my desktop and open that in the VS Code. All right. Now let's set up the boilerplate. We have to do pnpm install from the root. You can notice that we have a Nextjs file. It's sufficient, but if you want to add remote caching to this project, you can do npx nx connect. So that's going to ask to enable distributor caching. I'm going to answer yes. Okay, now we can see that there is a access token added. Also, you can click this and you can claim the workspace. Okay, now let's set up the database, local database. You need Docker desktop installed in for your OS in your computer, and make sure it's running. I'm going to go into the API, and okay, there is a sample env file here. So I use all dummy values here. You can modify it to your taste. You can make it difficult, make it difficult to crack. So I'm going to rename this .env.example to .env. Okay, and I'm going to go to there's a Docker compose file in the root of the API. So just make sure that everything is fine. So we have two services here. One is the actual Postgres database, and also one is a PG admin. So I have this to just get into the database, and if there are some issues that needs deeper debugging, PG admin will be helpful. And also I create a volume here for persisting the data. I'm going to rename the foundation to something that represents the project. So I'm going to call this supply chain X. Okay, along with everything, the names of the containers, the volume name. Fine. Also, you can see that this Docker Compose is dependent on the environment variables a lot. There are like 7 instances: the PG port, the username, database name, password of the Postgres, the email and password of the PG admin, and also the port number for both the Postgres and the PG admin. So I have Docker, the extension for Docker for VS Code is installed. I can do this, or you can do Docker compose up with the detached flag. DB depends to undefined value. Oh, oops. Actually, there is a error here. So the volume names did not match. Okay. I think that's fine. Supply chain X, everything is fine. Okay. I'm going to compose up that again. Now our database and PG admin are actually running locally in your computer. So this is the container, and we also have the volumes created. Fine. Once that is done, we have to do the database migration. There is a Prisma schema here. Let's have a quick look at that. We have the user model. We have admin and manager. These are for the role-based authentication. If you want to give admin access to somebody, we will add the user, the UID to this admin. This model is going to be protected. This won't be exposed to any sort of API or something. This admin and manager exists only for the internal usage. And also there are credentials and auth provider. They provide space to save the email password and also what type of authentication the user did. Right now we support Google and credentials. The credential is the email and password. And also we don't save the password, we save the password hash. And I created an item table here. We will delete this. So this is to we also have the whole GraphQL and the REST API created for this model. We will be deleting this. So, okay, so in this supply chain we have a different database schema. But before working on that, I'm going to actually do the first migration so that we can have a look at what we can set up the boilerplate before we update anything. We have a database running, and I'm going to do the Prisma migration. You can optionally delete this migration file because you are starting work with a fresh database. So you can delete it. I have this to just let people know, just to have that. We initialized with a few database tables, and I added the admin and manager table, and then I added the items table, and for sake of doing another migration, I added the image column to the table. You can delete this. I'm going to do a migrate dev. Okay, so Prisma went through all the migration files, and it implemented it in our database. Now Prisma provides an data explorer called PNPM, called Prisma Studio, that opens in 5555, and as you can see, our tables are here. All right. The next thing we are going to run the database, run the application. We have to run our backend, we have to run our front end. Before that, our applications rely on our libraries. Okay, so we need to build the libraries. I'm doing a PNPM build from the root because I have a build command in the root that uses nx, that targets all the build commands in our Monorepo. And also in the nx configuration, I made the build to be dependent upon upon the dependencies. If an application using a library, the build command should run on the library first. That makes sense, right? So without the library, the application cannot run. So it depends on the build from the parent command. You will see it in action. So when I run the build, it first runs the libraries. Okay, and then it moved to, you will see the dependencies, the order once it's done. Okay, so it started with the util and sample lib. And then, so once the API is relies on the sample lib and the util. So what happened is that the API build started because it did not have to wait for anything else. But the UI build took longer than what the other two took. Okay, it took 4 seconds. These two took 2 seconds each. So the web was waiting until the util, sample lib, and UI finished. Okay. Now we have our libraries ready. Let's go work on the environment variable of the web. Okay, so this Google client ID and the Google secret ID, I will show you how to get them quickly. So you can actually go to Firebase. You have to create a project in Google. Okay, you can do it with Firebase. That's much simpler. So this is a sample one I'm using for the tutorials. I will be deleting this. Okay, go to authentication, sign in method, add provider, click on the Google and enable it. Okay, so once it's enabled, you can go to the web SDK configuration and copy paste the web client and web secret. Okay, this is thing. I will be deleting this project. Okay, so that I'm showing you the client secret and web client ID. Once it's done, that's also one more thing you have to do. You have to go to the Google console, select the project here, select API and services, and go to the credentials. You will have something created here because you enabled Google authentication in your Firebase project, right? So this project I created through Firebase, and you can come do more configurations in the console.cloud.google.com. Maybe they should like provide more access in the Firebase, but we are not actually using Firebase authentication. We just want Google OAuth. So you can actually create a project here, new project, and create and come here and create a OAuth client ID. Click here, and you have to add your URLs here. These are like origins. Okay, so I'm planning to actually deploy the site here in my domain. You also have to add the authorized redirect URLs. So just the origins with the /API /auth /callback. So this is the recommended redirect URL recommended by the Nextauth. We are actually using Nextauth in this boilerplate. So you have to add this to all your origin URIs. Okay, and click save. And I'm going to copy the web client ID and the secret. And as I told you, I will be deleting this project. So do not try to use this. Okay, I have to rename this. So I renamed this. So I'm okay with the next public API URL, next auth URL, next auth secret. You can have a much secure JWT secret. And also one more thing is, in the API environment variable, we have a JWT secret. Okay, we have to make sure that is same as the the next auth secret in the front end. Okay, that's something to remember. I renamed the .env .example.env. I copy pasted the Google client agent client secret. Now, okay, now we can actually run our application. So I'm going to have some space for our applications in the terminal. So I have a couple for the API and 2 for web. Now we can do npm dev. I have a script called dev here. Our API is running. Let's do npm dev in the front end. The front end is running. And also, okay, let's have a look at the application. I'm going to use Apollo Explorer. Okay, this is much simpler because you can see that the API is actually working. And actually this is protected. Okay, so it will ask for no token provider. So I just wanted to see that if the API is actually running. So that's important for working with our front end. Just make sure you have no data there. You won't have any data because that's you're just starting it now. I was playing out. Okay, let me sign out. So you will have this sign in button. Click it. You have no users right now. Okay, you can right now you can do it with Google. Okay, give your email and password. I'm going to do some registration. Going to call it first user. So it says user, this is the ID we generated, is created. Okay, on clicking OK, it will be redirecting us to the home page. You can see that I'm logged in. Okay, if you use Google login, if you have like Google display picture, that picture will be displayed here. And also in the Prisma Studio, I have the user created with the credentials with the hashed password, email and hashed password. And also the auth provider says this user is registered with credentials type. That's it. We only have three tables created. Now for the registered user, I have like authorized my items to manage items. To manage their own items, people cannot see others' items. Okay. Right now there are no items. We have like don't be bothered with the UI. Okay, I wanted to have a very simple ones. I'll come back to this. What I'm going to do is let's use the token in our API. Okay, so go look for the token called next auth session token. Copy that. Come to the Apollo Explorer. It's too big. Okay, header. Add new header. I'm going to add authorization. Have bearer space. Copy the paste the code. You can also have directly look the code. We can encode the code even without the password. You can see what information we are putting inside that. So we have the name, email, image, and UID. Okay, and it's going to be expired. So it's issued at December 31st, and it'll expire on January 1st. Okay, Happy New Year. We can use this to fetch the items and wow, 1 minute. Oh, okay, I got that. So basically the items route is protected. Nobody can see all the items. Okay, they can use the alternative route called my items. That's what I'm going to call. So the my items will get the logged in user, the requester's UID from the request, from the token. So we are using the decorator here in the auth guard. We are getting the token We are verifying it and we are attaching the user. Okay, let's try it. Now we get the empty array. So that's exactly the query we are doing here to get this error. Okay, no items. So these are two kinds of forms, two kinds of mutations. Let me quickly show you. So this is the client side form, which is this component. We use Zod for validation, for creating the form schema and validation. Also, we use a React hook form, and we do a lot of stuff in the client side. Okay, this is a client component. Whereas this is a server side component. It's very simple, right? It also lacks a few facilities we have here. I did not incorporate, like form validation and so on. Here it's completely uncontrolled. We don't have any JavaScript involved here. Okay, there's a form, there is an input, there is one submit button, and there is a server action. So inside the server action, we do the mutation. So here on submit, we are doing the mutation. Here inside the server component, we are server function, server action. We are getting the form data, we are passing it using the Zod schema. So this is a Zod schema. And we are, if the result is success, we use the data, result.data to create the mutation. Let's try to use both applications. I'm going to create a new item, cricket bat. Now, once it's successful, I'm using the revalidate. Okay. While fetching this, I'm assigning a tag called my items, and when the mutation is successful, I'm revalidating the tag. And I'm doing the same in the solver, in the server action also. I'm revalidating the same tag. Let me also quickly show you my items. So this is how I fetch, okay, and I'm assigning a tag to the overall query, the my items document query. If there are errors, it's going to just return. It won't show any of the forms also, because yeah. So we have these two forms, and also I'm just looping through all the items and I'm displaying it. Let's try this. The server form, cricket ball, and you automatically get that updated. Okay, so we have successfully set up the boilerplate, and yeah, I'm going to do a commit, and in the next section we will start working on our DB schema. Everything is connected. Okay, we will work on the DB schema first, and then we will work on the API, completely driven by TypeScript. When you change the database schema, our API is completely reliant on the Prisma client, and the Prisma client generates, right? And our API will be shouting with a lot of errors, and you can just go through one by one. You fix all the TypeScript error, and your API will be good to go. Hey everyone, so in the last section we set up our Foundation X boilerplate. I'm going to I just found this one. I'm going to replace it, rename the brand to SupplyChain X. Okay, I forgot in the last section. Okay, now we have our authentication working. We have our basic CRUD operation, the authenticated mutations working as well. Now what I'm going to do, we have to start working on our database. I'm going to open the schema file, and we are going to do some changes. So first of all, I'm going to delete the items model. Okay, so we still are going to, okay, there are going to be different roles this time. We are not going to have the admin and manager. We are going to have manufacturer, distributor, and retailer. The manufacturer is the one who is going to produce the product, and the manufacturer will have his or her own inventory. Same goes for the distributor and retailer, where they will only have the inventories, and then we will have transactions to track the what product went from which warehouse to which warehouse. That's it. And also the warehouse will have a location. Okay. So I'm going to create a manufacturer model. Okay. So each user can be a manufacturer or not. Okay. It's not mandatory. And I'm going to add a created a date and updated a date to keep track of when that person is created or updated, something like that. So here we will be actually, I'm going to actually drag these two tables to the bottom because they are going to be dealing with the other tables under it. So instead of the manager, there are going to be distributors. Let's select everything. And also I'm going to have the dates for the distributor as well. The third one is a retailer. Okay. And the Prisma Studio automatically formatted us with an array of retailer per user. Okay, but it's one-to-one relationship with optional. Yeah. So we modified the admin and manager into manufacturer, distributor, and retailer with only connections going to the user. And we also manage the dates. Now let's create a product model. So each manufacturer is going to have an array of products. Okay. A product is going to have an auto incrementing ID. This is the primary key. And we are also going to manage the created and updated date. So this will be automatically managed at the database level. We don't have to send it. And the name is mandatory. And also we have the description and image. They are optional string. And we connect the manufacturer to the product. So by naming convention, I'm going to use the uppercase capitalized format for the joins and the camel case for the properties. So the manufacturer has an array of products. The product has like, these are the values that which the user will be inputting. Everything else will be auto generated. We have to actually send the manufacturer ID also. Okay. So each product is going to have a name, description, image, and manufacturer ID. Now let's create warehouses. So all of these three roles use warehouses to store their products. So they will be, each warehouse will have an array of inventory that we will see. So the next model is warehouse. We have an auto incrementing ID. We have the dates managed for us, and then we have the name, description is mandatory, and then we have a location. The location is going to have an address, lat long. Yeah. So address is a string, and then the lat long for the exact geolocation of the warehouse. And a warehouse may belong to one of these three. So technically in this database setup, we can have a warehouse can technically belong to all three of these. Okay, so these are optional fields. So I think this is a much simpler design. There could be other designs, database schema design, where you can make sure that the warehouse will belong to one of these three. But right now we have to make sure in the API that not all these three things can be populated while creating the warehouse or while updating the warehouse. We can have a check at the API level. This is the warehouse. Let's also create the location model. So this is one-to-one relationship with the warehouse. We have the address, a string, long and latitude and longitude, or in the float. and we have not incrementing ID. Now we have to connect the warehouse with the manufacturer, distributor, and retailer. So as a naming convention, as I told you that I'm going to use the capitalized for the joins. Okay. And when I just save it, Prisma is going to format us and it's going to do its best to connect these tables, the warehouse with these three tables. Save it. Let's go to the manufacturer. You can see the warehouse is an array of warehouse. So each manufacturer is going to have an array of warehouse, and that goes to the distributor and the retailer also. So only the manufacturer can have the array of products. Okay. And we have only two more models required. I'm going to clean up this. For example, I'm going to make this plural. Okay, that makes sense. For one-to-one relationship, we will just leave it as it is, manufacturer. But for one-to-many, I'm going to, yeah, that's all. Everything else is one-to-one. Warehouses and products are the only one-to-many relationship right now. Okay, so we have these three roles. We have each having warehouses. Manufacturer has the product, and the warehouse has the location. Okay. Now, in each warehouse, we want an array of inventory. Okay, an inventory is going to have a one-to-one relationship with the product. One inventory will point to one product, and a warehouse can have multiple inventories. The inventories is just the product with a count, right? It could be a count with a unit, like it could be like 45 kgs of rice, something like that. So let's work on the inventory model. So it's going to have connect. It's going to be like one-to-one relationship with the product, and one-to-one relationship with the warehouse. So I kept things simple here. Unit. We only have follow unit here. A quantity here. Maybe I should also add the unit. 1 minute. I'll come back. Okay, I have decided to keep it simple, but as I told you, we can have a quantity along with a unit, right? So that we can incorporate a lot of varieties of products. But I'm going to keep things simple. So this model only has the quantity that is mandatory. The product is mandatory and the warehouse is mandatory. So when I save the file, Prisma does its best. Now the product is having an array of inventory. Let's call it inventories. And the warehouse again has an array of inventories. Okay. Now we have one more model to go, which is a transaction. So a transaction marks which product, marks the source warehouse. We are going to call it from warehouse and to warehouse. Okay. This is going to be a bit tricky because this is between the warehouse and transaction, but in the transaction, we are going to store two warehouses. Okay. So this is going to be a bit tricky. I'm going to start from this. Start from updating the warehouse. So we have that retailer, inventory, everything set up. I'm going to call the transactions ins and outs. Okay. Maybe these are not like really explicit, these are not clear. You can rename if you don't like it. And I'm creating a relationship, two relationships called from warehouse and to warehouse. Okay, now let's create the transaction model. Again, we have an auto incrementing ID, dates, product ID is mandatory. Let's organize this. Okay, product ID, from and to. Okay, so we have like 4 columns here: product ID, from warehouse ID, two warehouse ID and quantity. The quantity and product are going to be mandatory. So I made this optional because we are going to have a transaction when the manufacturer produces a product. There are going to be no from warehouse, so it's going to coming from the factory. So in that case, we will only populate the two warehouse. That's going to be the source of the product. Okay. So I made both of these things optional, and also when the retailer sells the product, there won't be two warehouse. Okay, the retailer sells the product to the customer directly from the warehouse. So in that case, the two warehouse will be empty, and we have to update the connection, the join with the product. So it's going to be each product is going to have an array of transaction, and Prisma will make sure. So I'm going to scroll to the product to show you how Prisma updated it. Okay, when I save it, it automatically added this transaction array, and now everything is happy. I'm going to just make sure that all the arrays, my one-to-many relationships are plural. Yeah, and also all the connections, joins are capitalized. Inventories, transactions, manufacturer, distributor. Okay, everything looks good. That's the whole database schema. Changes. I'm going to do a migration. Okay. Yeah, it was not empty. Okay, so it's warning us. I'm going to proceed with the new migration. Supply chain tables. Okay. Now I can open the Prisma Studio. So whenever we do a migration, I will have to actually restart the Prisma Studio. And also I stopped the API because we're going to create a lot of modules, and we'll be seeing like hundreds of TypeScript errors. Okay. And that will actually guide us. The Prisma Studio runs in 5555. And these are the tables we have. So already we have only one user. The tables are like sorted alphabetically, which I don't like basically. Yeah, so we have user, and this does not make sense to me. I'm going to, if I have to look at all the tables, I will be referring to the Prisma schema instead of the Prisma Studio. Okay. The migration is ready. I'm going to create modules. Okay. We have to delete the item 1. Delete it. In the app module, I have to delete the imported item module. Now I'm going to create the modules using the code generator. The Nextjs Prisma code gen is a helper package I published to npm. It's an enriched. There is a resource generator using the Nest CLI. Okay, we can use this to generate resources, but I think that is a lot more like skeleton than this. So what we are going to see here will be automatically importing the Prisma types and doing a lot of things for us. Okay, so a much better way would be creating a Prisma generator rather than a code generator. The Prisma generator is something that whenever we change the database, okay, it will automatically generate the code. There are like Nest.js, Prisma. There's something from a person called Unlight. So this is a generator. So we have to actually set up this in the Prisma schema. Okay, and then will always output when we change the migration, when we actually create the Prisma client using pnpm Prisma generate, it will create the code for us. So I used this in a side project, and then I decided that it was creating too much code. Okay, and we can tweak it. So I'm just relying on just simple code generator with that's helpful. That's helpful enough for me. Okay, so I'm going to copy all the models names here. Okay, let's create a new file. Entity complete. I'm going to create both the REST API and the GraphQL API. So these are the scripts I'm going to run. So this will make sure that the models per one of these modules, one module per model will be generated in our models directory. Let's do it. I'm going to paste everything. Oops. And just press enter and see the folders appear. Okay. Now I'm going to run the project backend, the API, and see all the type errors. There are 129 errors. Now there is a pattern. So this development is going to be a bit boring, but very predictable, and I really love that. Okay. So we already have the models for authentication, the users, everything is set up. We have to start working from the manufacturer. So I'm going to work on a couple of models, and everything is going to be really redundant and boring. You can like listen to a music, and you can do it without spending a lot of your focus. Okay. Manufacturer. So I'm going to go into the let's start with the GraphQL. I'll start with the entity. Let's clean, but I'm going to save this as models.md. Okay, you don't have to. I'm going to start from the manufacturer entity. Now the TypeScript will always be guiding us. I'm going to implement that. I'm sorry, I actually need to refer the actual prisma schema because I need to know which fields are optional and so on. Yeah, so we have only 3 fields: UID, created it, and updated it. Move on to the create manufacturer. It takes only the UID. Okay, I'm only going to pick the UID. And for updating, I'm going to keep this. Okay, it may look like really wrong that create input detail only has the UID, and here I'm actually using the partial, getting everything, and I'm making the primary key mandatory. Okay, but there's only one UID. But think about it, this API will evolve, right? So we will add more columns here, and we will add more here, but whatever happens, our update input DTO will always stay relevant. Okay, this is not wrong. Like right now we don't have any data, but still it's a valid DTO. Okay. Where implement, this is noisy, we have to clean it, and the Nextjs cannot understand it, so that's why I'm cleaning it. We are going to use it, we are going to import it from the common DTO. Okay, so when you generate code for the first time using the Nextjs Prisma code gen, it will automatically look for a common directory and create the DTOs for us, and that's where I'm importing this stuff. This user relation filter I created, the where is the user, there is a user relation filter. Okay, this is one-to-one relationship, this is for the one-to-many relationship. So we proactively create those whatever we want to use, right? And we can easily import it. Similarly, when you go to the where args inside the product, I will show you inside the product. So we want product list relation filter inside the where, inside the product. Too many files. Product where you can see the product list relation filter. Okay, now we can import that. Go to the order. So you get the point, right? If you go to the order by file inside the product one, you can find this DTO already created for us. Okay. And whenever we use a enum, so this is an enum, and the Nextjs cannot understand what's that. So I have to actually, I have to annotate that. So when I do this, when I use a field, when I actually explicitly tell the Nextjs that it's of type, so it can understand. That's not required when it's already, for example, this user order by with relation input is already an input type, right? Nextjs can understand that. So Nextjs can understand these input types, object types, arg types, and primitive types like string, string number, and so on. But for enums, we have to annotate it explicitly. There is an error with the cursor, and you can understand that automatically on seeing the error and having the schema nearby. You can see what's going on. The UID is not a number, so I saw the type error. I renamed this UID, but still TypeScript is not happy. It's saying that UID is a string. Now, okay, everything is happy. Our entity is happy. Our resolver, our server is having an error because in an opinionated way, I imagined that the primary key is going to be called as ID. So that's UID. So basically we destructure the UID. That is a mandatory key, right, in the update input. And I'm using that in the where condition, and whatever comes next, which is a partial of the entire create input DTO, I use it as a data. That's what we are done with one module, the GraphQL for one module. The rest is going to be much simpler because basically the GraphQL one, our filtering and sorting capabilities are going to be really rich. Okay, we are going to have like infinitely nested sorting and infinitely nested where condition. So here actually we are not talking about performance, right? We have like really nested where condition in a frequent query. That's not going to be performant, but I want the API to be flexible, really deep and flexible, and we can actually work on the performance from this point once the API is ready. Okay. Similarly, we have to create the entity for the REST one. Here I'm using the omit type from the Nest Swagger. Okay, only the UID. Okay. The query is almost fixed. You can look at the base query DTO. It's going to give ask the skip and take, and also there is an enum or a sort order, ascending or descending, and we extend using the sort by, which is going to be a key of that table. We use that we get that from the Prisma client called the field enum. Here we'll have the key value pair with all the fields that you can sort with, all the fields of the table actually. And the update DTO, It's the same concept of the previous of the one we have in the GraphQL. So once everything's done, we go to the controller file. So we have a resolver for the GraphQL, and inside the rest we have a controller. This is the controller. There are a few errors here. Wow. I think I have to update a few things in the get. Okay, so this type is actually coming from the foundation util types. Okay, so that thing actually I have to update in my code gen, but I have to do it manually in this tutorial. So similarly, there are a few the same ID. So I opinionated. Yeah, so most of the columns have the primary key as ID. So in the code gen, I made them ID. I also make sure it's a string. So everything is driven by TypeScript. Okay, so as you keep updating it, I would say like you avoid 60% of problems by completely typing everything, but still there are going to be logics that we have to be careful about. I think that's it. Now we are done with the manufacturer, GraphQL and REST API. We will come back and we will actually update. We will look at each resolver and controller, and we will make them authenticated and authorized, and we will add more queries, more personalized ones, more personalized mutations. Okay. Now in the app module, I'm going to add all the models first. Manufacturer module, distributor module, retailers module, products module, transactions module. Okay, there are 8. Here we have 8. Okay. So it's going to be 9 along with the user module. So I'm going to do the same for the next one. You will get bored, but you can see that the whole development process is really redundant and boring. Okay, so I'm going to do this one thing, and I will be fast forwarding to when I finish everything else. So it's going to be really similar. There are no optional fields here. Go here. I'm going to only pick the UID. I have to rename this to UID, the primary key. To implement that, annotate the enums, and also you have to fix this. So basically, this is not an input type. This is a type. Okay, and Nextjs cannot understand this when we directly pass a type here. So we have to change that and import it from one of our input types. The where is going to be a bit noisy. I'm going to import the string and the date filter from the common DTO. User relationship filter is going to come from the DTO of the user module. Warehouse list relation filter is going to come from the DTO of the warehouse module. And we don't have to annotate anything because everything is an input type. All right. So Nextjs can understand that, can interpret that into a GraphQL schema. Now again, we have the error in the cursor, which is basically an UID string. Now the pair condition is happy. The GraphQL is done. Okay. This is the entity for the REST API. There is no UID required. The update UID is the primary key is UID, and in the controller again, so this has to be updated in my code gen, but we have to import it from the types which is already installed in the foundation. Okay. Fine, the controller is done. So this param decorator works with both the REST API and the GraphQL API. So I plan to actually extend the controller file to include the get user, the user object, the requester. That will be taken from the token. Okay, that's reliable information. I'm planning to actually include the UID, the user object from for all the mutations actually. Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. So that's all about we are done with the distributor. We finished the GraphQL, we finished the REST API. The distributor module is done. The next one, let's do something else, because the retailer is going to be similar to the distributor. I'm going to do the product one. Okay, let's open the product, GraphQL entity. So it's going to be a bit tricky. For example, we have to mark the description and image as optional. We cannot do it, even though Nextjs accepts that. Okay, when Nextjs sees a class like this, it's going to actually make the description property in the GraphQL schema optional, but whatever I'm coming up with to tightly couple the types of the database to the API won't accept optional fields. So I have to use this. I have to use the field, I have to mark it nullable. Similarly, the image is nullable. Okay, and the good thing is, so we are in the DTO. I'm going to extend that. Okay, I'm going to use the name. A simpler way is we can use omit type from the GraphQL, okay, not the Swagger, and we can omit the ID, created it, updated it. Okay, so these three things we don't need to send to create a product. We need to send the manufacturer ID and these things. The good thing is, when you look at, after finishing this, when you look at the GraphQL schema, Nextjs clearly transfers this nullability, or the nullable true. It transfers to the GraphQL schema without us doing anything here. Okay, we are just picking, and it automatically transfers this nullable properties there. Okay, we have the update one. So in this case, we don't have to do anything with the update DTO. It's already good. Okay, we takes all the partial types and we make the primary key mandatory. We work on the, so this is a bit longer. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to annotate all the enums, sort order. Oops. I think I'm tired. Okay, one more. Fine. Now we also have to import these from the input types. From the input types we proactively generated. import everything. Okay. Now everyone is happy about the DTO. The resolver is happy. The service function is service methods are happy. So previously we had to change the primary key, but here the primary key is ID, so we don't have to do anything. Our GraphQL API is ready. Same goes inside the REST API, and we have to mark the description and image as optional here. So here I'm going to use is optional from the class validator in both our description and image. The create DTO is already good. I'm omitting the ID created it and updated it. The query is fine, updated. So everything is already set up. Okay, we have only one bug. This has to be updated at the code gen. So right now I'm doing it manually. So the REST API is done for the products. Now let's see how many we have. Like we started with 129 type errors and we are keep working on it. And I think you can see the timeline, right? In 10 minutes I was able to like fix the errors of 3 modules. I'm going to continue doing the same. Okay, it's going to be really boring and a bit reliable actually. We are getting the basics right, and we will be going through the controllers and resolvers and make them authenticated and authorized. Okay, so I'm going to pause the video and I'll come back when I finish this thing for all the modules here. Okay, so I implemented all the Prisma clients into our object types, input types, and argument types in our modules. Okay, we still have 2 errors. So we started with 129 errors. Now we have 2 errors in the auth guard. So in the auth guard, it says that we are actually, in order to get the roles, an array of roles, we are doing database queries, but we don't have the admin or manager here. So I'm actually confused now. Like here, why did I delete the admin and manager? Maybe I should keep the admin, right? So they are not, they are like internal, they are for internal management. And manager, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, I'm okay with that, but there has to be a role to represent the company, right? So I'm going to create the admin. So it's going to have only the user. So that's how it was, right? This Prisma schema, we had only we had the admin and manager. I'm not going to have manager here, just only the admin. That admin represents the user. Okay, fine, and it's going to be 1-to-1. The normal user, we will assign that as a admin, and that admin person will get the admin access. So I'm going to do one more migration here. Add back admin. Okay, now we have to do a few things like, okay, 1 minute. Fine, this is going to be, maybe I have to restart the TS server. Now it's happy. I'm going to add the other ones like manufacturer, distributor, retailer. So when inside our resolvers and controllers, if you immediately have what roles the user has, I think it's simpler. I think it's helpful. So we don't have to actually manage a manufacturer, distributor, and retailer in a role-based authorization, but still I'm going to just use it. Okay, so here I have to type the role to have these values. Okay, it's going to be one of the admin, manufacturer, distributor, or retailer. Okay, now all of our TypeScript errors are gone, but I just wanted to add that we don't have to do this. Okay, I think it's helpful in some situations. Let's run the server and see what Nextjs has to say about our project. The Nextjs is happy. Okay, it's running, the API is running. I'm going to, let's open the Apollo Explorer and look at the API. So we have everyone here. Every module is working fine. Let's look at all the manufacturers. Don't have anyone here. It's going to be an empty array. But what I wanted to show is, if you look at the where condition, you can keep going. Okay, so we can like look at manufacturers. I can go into warehouses. Some of them where the retailer is UID, so something like that, right? So everything is connected based on our database schema connection. Our API now is perfectly in sync with our database along with the joins. And there are three things. One is here, I wanted to show this. This is for filtering. Okay, this is a where condition. This is for filtering, and the same applies for the sorting as well. So you go here. I'm going to sort manufacturers based on the products they have. Okay, maybe that's not nested. Oh, sorting is not nested, but the user is nested. Okay, so okay, this is one-to-many relationship. Okay, the user is one-to-one relationship. So I'm sorting the manufacturer based on the user, and that user, retailer, warehouse count has to be something else, right? So that's the best we can do here. Okay, that's nested sorting. We already saw the where condition, and once we go further, once we have some data, you will see them in action. And also I don't have to mention that we have this pagination. Already it's empty. Okay, but we will see this also in action once we have the data. So I also have this cursor, but we don't but we will be using take and skip for pagination, and the distinct will also work. We can specify a column name, and I want this column to be have distinct values, and we can do everything. All right, now the first layer of our GraphQL API, of our GraphQL and REST API is working. We also have to look at the REST API. Look at this. All the documentation created for us automatically. Okay, we did not do much. I just used a code gen, and I fixed a few type errors. So it took around like 40 minutes, and everything is here. We can actually do queries and mutations. Like these requests: post, get all, get one, patch for update, delete for deleting. You can do all these requests in this from this interface, and you can also add the bearer token and do authorized queries. So everything is well set up for you. So think about it. Like after using the Foundation X, the Foundation X had the Swagger setup. Okay. Also, I have to rename this. It's not Foundation X anymore. I'm going to rename this as SupplyChain X. And this has link to open the GraphQL API. Okay, link to open the GraphQL playground. So everything was done in the Foundation X. Foundation X also had the code gen for creating our modules here, okay, which uses another one of my npm packages. And I generated a whole lot of files here, and I just went through fixing the type errors, having a little bit of my cognitive effort. Now we have the first layer of GraphQL ready. The second layer is going to be the field resolvers. When I'm fetching the manufacturers, I want to fetch all the products, right? Right now we don't have that. We only have the created it, UID, and updated it. Let's do it for a few, and I will, like, I can pause it, and I will go create the resolve field for everybody else. This is the resolver for the manufacturer, and that's what we are looking at here. Here I'm going to use the resolve field from the Nest GraphQL, and the return type is going to be an array of product, and that's going to come from the entity of our GraphQL module. Okay, so I'm going to call this products parent. This is a param decorator. So when we use the resolve field decorator, we get the parent object. The parent here is going to be the manufacturer. Okay, and I'm going to use one thing I have to change in the code gen is that every resolver needs the prisma. So here I'm importing here the prisma service. The prisma service in the prisma module is global. Okay, so we can import this prisma service in any module we want. So I'm using the prisma service, return this dot prisma dot product dot find many, and where manufacturer ID is parent dot UID. Okay, now come here, you see the products here. You can select the UID of the manager, and you can select the columns you want to fetch from the products table. Everything is null actually, but I'm going to create a dummy data here. I'm going to first create a dummy manufacturer. Okay, I have to restart. I have to start the Prisma Studio. I'm going to create a dummy manufacturer and a product so that we can just see the power of resolve field and also some pagination and so on. Create a new record. I'm going to connect the dummy user we created in the last video. I'm going to create a warehouse for that person. So before that, I have to also create a location. Okay, so in the location, let's create a dummy one. Okay, 0, 0 is fine. I have to create the location first, or the... Okay, so I have to create the warehouse because location is optional here. So I'm creating some dummy warehouse which I will clear all the data I create here. Right. What am I missing here? Okay, we have the warehouse here. I'm creating a location. 0, 0 is fine. Now I'm going to assign the warehouse and also a product. The product takes a name. I'm going to call this iPhone. Okay, something else. Cricket bat. We already have a cricket bat there. Oops. Okay. Okay, so the cricket bat was in the items table, and we just deleted the items table. This is a different table, right? I forgot. Okay, I'm going to create the cricket bat here, and I have to select the manufacturer. Now, when we fetch the data, now we get one manufacturer with the array of products. Now I'm also going to create the warehouses. Okay, this is going to return an array of warehouses, and I'm using the prisma warehouse, and the manufacturer is going to be manufacturer ID is going to be we're going to get from the parent. Now we can also select the warehouses of the particular manufacturer. I'm going to select the UID name, and we get the I did not enter the name for the warehouse. Okay, yeah, I missed it. Dummy warehouse. I remember typing that. Okay, now it's there. Okay. Now if I fetch, we get the list of manufacturers with a list of products and the warehouses. So for the manufacturer, we only have two resolve fields, products and warehouses, and this is how we achieve that. So technically, the best practice is we will have all the business logic inside the service file, and we only have the so just like this, like we have a remove method in the service file, and we use in the resolver. One technique, one like a rule of thumb is that we have to keep the resolver really simple. This is like a traffic controller, air traffic controller. This file needs to be simple, like calling a couple of function. We shouldn't like overly dump a lot of logic into this. So that keeps this file, the resolver and the controller, simple, and we will have all the business logic inside it. But in this case, we are only calling one function, one method from the Prisma service. So I'm okay with directly using the Prisma here. So that's how you use the resolve field, and it's the beauty of the GraphQL. Okay, fetching everything in one go, whatever is needed. So I'm going to pass, and I'm going to come back, creating all these resolve fields. So everything has some resolve fields, right? Distributor has an array of warehouses, product has an array of inventories and transactions, and a one-to-one relationship with the manufacturer. Everything I'm going to use the same technique. For example, let's do one thing. This is one-to-one relationship, right? So let's open the product resolver. I'm going to import the Prisma service. Okay, let's type it. Private read-only Prisma service. Okay, this is going to have one-to-one relationship with the manufacturer. Resolve field, the type is going to be manufacturer, and we can get the access the parent param decorator, since we use the resolve field here, and the parent decorator will give us the current object, and it's going to be product. That's the type of the parent. And inside this, I'm going to use the Prisma service, access the product, find unique, where product manufacturer, where manufacturer ID is parent.manufacturer ID. Now what? I have to return this. Fine, okay, but Oh, ID. So actually, find unique. I have to use the ID. So that's the mandatory field, right? Okay. But I don't have the product ID in the manufacturer. So what I'm going to do is instead of the find unique, I'm going to use the find first. Okay. There I can use manufacturer ID is parent dot manufacturer ID. Now it's good. Now what we can do inside the product. So this may look stupid, but okay, this may look wrong. But now we can fetch the manufacturer information from here. Okay. This is going to look funny. Cannot return null for, oh, okay, one more thing. Okay, this is going to be an error you will face while working with the GraphQL and Nextjs. Cannot return null for non-nullable field. What? Manufacturer. Wait a minute. In the prisma schema and the product, manufacturer is mandatory. Then what's the problem? This is where the problem exists. Let's quickly debug it. We have everything. Okay, the product in the field resolver. I'm getting the parent, which is the product. The product is there. The manufacturer ID is there. Oh, all right. Okay, so yeah, I was using the wrong table here. I have to actually fetch the whole thing from the manufacturer table, the Prisma. So manufacturer UID is going to be parent the product dot manufacturer ID. Now I fetch that. See, is we can fetch the manufacturer. This is going to be an array of products, and again we are fetching the manufacturer just to show that the query is very deep. Okay, one more thing I wanted to show is how to handle the one more thing we have to do manually. We have a lot of type safety going on the whole setup, but a few things we have to do manually, like let me show one more example for the resolve field. Imagine the warehouse. We can fetch the distributor, all right, but none of our warehouses have distributors. We have only one warehouse with the manufacturer enabled, right? We don't have any distributors yet. So in the warehouse resolver, I'm going to create a resolve field to return all the distributors. It's going to return a distributor from the distributor entity, distributor or at parent. As I told you, this is going to become very redundant and boring, and I like it. Warehouse. So this is going to again use the prisma. We already have prisma here. Return this dot prisma dot. I have to use the distributor. I have to find unique, okay, because this time I can use the UID directly because the parent is going to have the distributor ID. Now we are going to see a runtime error. That's what I wanted to show you in this example. We already had one runtime error. That was because I was using a wrong table in the Prisma client. Okay, but this time we are going to see a runtime error which we need to be mindful about. So we have the warehouses. Here I'm going to fetch the distributor. UID created it. Now we are going to have a runtime error. Oops. Okay, invalid Prisma distributor. This error is really ugly actually. It starts talking about the Prisma, right? Maybe I have to do something else to handle that. We can have a global error handler, and we can return a much more intelligible, readable error. But this is happening because I'm fetching the distributor, but this is not nullable. I'll show you the schema file, the GraphQL schema generator. All this code, we generated like 822 lines of GraphQL schema. Okay. When you look at the warehouse, it says the distributor is not nullable. It's a mandatory field. So it tried to fetch the distributor, but we don't have distributor in our warehouse. Okay. So we have to be mindful here in this case and mark, not here, nullable true. So remember, we already did this for in our object types also. So this is a gotcha in the system, but this is a small price to pay for the overall type safety we get. Now when I do this, let's also look at the schema file now. So when I save it, Nextjs automatically generates the whole schema file, and now the distributor is optional, right? We don't have that exclamation mark. Try it. What? One more gotcha, okay? Okay. Now, like, UID must not be null. So should I manually? We are actually good now. The Prisma is complaining that I'm using the distributor ID. This is null. Okay. And I cannot. Maybe Prisma should handle this, right? I'm passing UID as null. You can return me null. I'm happy with that, but I'm going to actually handle this manually. If parent.distributor, if there is null, I'm going to return null. Okay, so I have to do this. So I was thinking that Prisma will handle this for me, but it is like publicly complaining me that the UID must not be null. Okay, so I have to handle this manually. So you have to be mindful whenever you deal with the nullable properties, nullable field resolvers. So you have to be mindful. When I run this now, we get the data. Here we get the null. So all this trouble we went through, like adding this nullable, and also like handling the case where the distributor is null. Everything is to avoid the runtime exception we received previously, and now the distributor is null and we are happy. Okay. I'm going to pass this, and when I come back, you will see all the resolve fields done. So once we have all the resolve fields, the field resolvers like this, like connecting the tables together. After that, we can proceed to work on the GraphQL codegen, which is the bridge between the backend and front end. We'll work on the codegen, and then we will be starting to work on the front end. And once we start to work on the front end, we will get more access patterns. Like I need this query. So we will come back to the API at that point. So I'm going to pass the video, and I'm going to create all the field resolvers. Okay, I went ahead and created the field resolvers for all our models. Now, when you look at any queries, we get all the connections. Okay, so this is the warehouse. Is the biggest one in terms of this joins happening. We have like 2 joins for the transaction table, one's for ins and next for outs. We have array of inventories, whatever the product with the quantity in the warehouse. We have the connection towards the manufacturer, a retailer, distributor. Okay, and the warehouse resolver. So these are the resolvers I came up with. So I approach the location in a different way because in this, so this is nullable. Okay, and here I'm like checking if the parent has this information, or I'm returning the null, right? But that's not the case. That's a bit different when it comes to the warehouse and the location. The warehouse, the location is optional. Okay, this is the way we are actually connecting with the location. Maybe think about it. What if we change this? We add a location ID here in the warehouse, and we make the whole thing optional. But I'm going to leave it as it is. But the problem here is that I cannot access the location if this person has a location or not. So I actually kept everything inside the try catch, and I'm fetching the unique. So if there is no location, we're going to return null. I'm going to test this. Okay, I'm going to delete this location. So right now I'm getting the data, warehouse, location, address, lat, long. But oh, what? Okay, I'm sorry. Again. Oh, okay. This is I'm fetching one person. Okay, so I have to actually mention the where condition, the ID. Let's look at the warehouse. The ID is 1. So I have to specify it. So this is the find unique, right? So it was for inventory. Inventory dot. Cannot return null for. So as I told you that these nullable fields and resolve fields has to be really taken care. We'll fix it. Okay. So it's saying that path inventory. The inventory is null. Okay, I'm sorry. So it's not there is no the error does not say that the API is bad, but I'm trying to fetch the inventory, but we don't have any inventory. Okay, it's an internal server error in the inventory. The resolver. So we have this find one. This is the error we are getting. Okay. And it's an internal server error. That means that okay, so actually we can make it nullable. That shouldn't be nullable actually, but I'm just making it, and now I'm getting null. But that's not the right response. The right response would be like the requested ID is not there. All right, so I'm going to save this inside in a variable. We have to make this async, and if inventory, I'm going to throw new bad request exception, inventory not found. Okay, or else I'm going to return the inventory. Now let's try it. Bad request, inventory not found, and we can actually display this error in the front end. Okay, this is much better than the internal server error. Okay, so we started doing something else, and I'm stuck here. I wanted to check what happens for So we kept the location field resolved inside the try catch, and I wanted to see that. So instead of the inventory, we have to use the warehouses. Warehouses location. The location is nullable now. Okay. ID, everything. I'm fetching it. I'm getting the data. Okay. What happens if there is no location? I'm going to delete this and let's try it. It's returning null because in the warehouse resolver, in the location field resolver, I'm doing a try catch. I'm catching the error. You can also see the error in the API. Now, where is the error? Wait a minute. The find unique threw an error, right? Was it find unique or the... I'm a bit confused here. We faced a runtime issue, right? I think it's find first. I used find first once. Inventory. Oops, that's not it. So I was actually complaining that the Prisma can return null instead of throwing an error, but yeah, okay, this is different. So the last time, warehouse resolver, the last time the error was like we were passing a value here. Okay, in the find unique, we were passing a value here, and that was null, and the Prisma was complaining that we cannot assign null to this. But here the case is different because the ID is actually valid. We have a warehouse ID. I'm passing it inside the, I'm checking a location row for the warehouse ID, and that is null, and Prisma is returning that. So there are like two cases here. This case, Prisma is happy to return null, but when you're trying to fetch something, okay, this is it, okay? When you're trying to fetch something, and if it's null, you shouldn't pass null to this value, so Prisma will throw an error. So here, if I'm trying to access the retailer, it's null because I'm managing it, and if I'm not handling the case, this is going to throw a runtime exception, a really ugly error, invalid Prisma something. Okay, so you have to be mindful when we are assigning a value. You have to actually handle that. Yeah, fine. Now we have all the resolve fields. Our API is working. I'm going to create that location back. Okay, maybe I should like clean all the data. Let's do it. Let's clean all the data. I'm going to create a seed file here. Inside, I'm going to have a seed file. I don't know if we are going to seed something or not, but I'm going to have a file which I can run to delete all the data, to clean up the database. I'm importing the Prisma client from the Prisma client. So if we are still inside the API project, okay? And I'm generating a Prisma client. And I'm going to create a function called delete all, where I will be deleting the transaction, inventory, product, location, warehouse. So this has to be in order. Okay, so we have to delete the transaction. We cannot delete a warehouse first because the warehouse will have products, will have inventory, will have location. And this is the order which we don't have any dependencies. Fine. So I'm doing this because I don't want to delete users. I just want to clean up the data. I clean up the data the users have. The user, what I mean by user is the data in the user table, manufacturer table, distributor, and retailer. I don't want to delete them. That's just a personal preference. Okay, so I'm going to create a reset function here, and I'm going to create an async main function, and I'm going to run this like this. So when the script runs, and finally I'm going to disconnect the prisma. Okay. Actually, I'm thinking that I'm actually creating a prisma in a global scope, which I'm a bit uncomfortable. Probably so this needs some code cleanup. Okay, so right now I'm just going to leave this. So this is only for cleaning up. Later we can actually add other stuff. Okay, like creating seed data. We can have a really long data, long array sample information that you want to make the, especially in during development, during some demo, having really rich data makes the product look alive. So I'm happy with this. Now I'm going to, we have to create a script. The package.json, we have to create a script for seeding. Not a script, but I'm going to add a property here. So I'm going to have a property called prisma, and inside that I'm going to have a seed script. npx ts node dev. I'm going to target the prisma seed index. Okay, so I created this index seed file where I'm just deleting some data from some selected tables, and I'm having a prisma property with the seed. Now we can do the seeding. That's okay. Prisma db seed. Fine. Seed command has executed. Okay, so that's how you run the seeding command. Now, so we had this data. Okay, you refresh, a lot of things get deleted. We only have this user, manufacturer, credentials, and auth provider, which we did not delete in the seed. Okay, we deleted the dummy warehouse location product created. Fine, and we don't have any warehouses. So that's how we do the seeding. So in the next section, we will start working on our front end. We will work on the GraphQL code gen, and we will start fetching and showing up the data. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone. So our backend is almost ready. So when we work on our front end, we will go back and we may have to do some changes, add a few queries, mutations, modify existing ones. So I cleaned up. I went ahead and cleaned up. Right now we only have one user with the credentials. I'm going to, let's start working with our front end. I'm going to go page by page, starting with the with the home page. But before starting, we have to clean up. We have remember first, initially we deleted the items table, right? Items table and the GraphQL related stuff for the items, the backend. Similarly, we have items page here. I'm deleting that, and I'm going to delete the two forms I used in the boilerplate for creating a client-based form and server-based form. And there is also this my items page, and there is an action in the network called create item. Okay, and here we have to delete the query and the mutation, because we don't have the items table or the table in the database or in the GraphQL. And there is one more place in the nav bar. We have my items. Right now we have only one menu item in the sidebar. I'm going to modify this to manufacturer. I'm going to have manufacturer, distributor, and retailer. Okay. This is an icon. I'm going to use factory. Should I restart it? Come on. Okay. And I'm going to have two more. Second one is distributor. Third one is retailer. For the distributor, I'm going to use warehouse from the Lucid React. For this, I'm going to use store from Lucid React. So that's, we just cleaned up the my items related things, and I also modify the page, modify the nav bar and the sidebar menu items. Let's move on. So right now we are using the next 14 version app directory. So I'm going to create a manufacturer directory here. You have to have a page.tsx and layout.tsx. Okay. Manufacturer. This is for the manufacturer page. This is for the manufacturer layout. The layout is going to be, we are going to actually have nested pages inside the manufacturer. We're going to have manufacturer slash warehouses, manufacturer slash products, and so on. It's going to be nested, but this layout is going to be common for all the pages. This one, and also for all the nested ones coming inside. The layout usually takes a children property, just like this one. Okay. Hello from layout. Here I'm going to return hello from page. Now, okay, so we have to actually work on the home page. Right now I have some the information about the foundation X. I'm going to delete everything. Don't have anything. Let's create, I'm going to create a component called hero banner. That's going to be the banner hero section from the home page. So I'm going to create a hero banner.tsx. So this is, again, this tells a few things about the application, empowering your supply chain journey, connect, collaborate, and optimize your supply chain with SupplyChain X. And then I'm having 3 links here. Okay. And this guy is going to, this hero link is going to have take props, three props. The icon one, you can directly pass the icon. These are the exact icons which I used in the side menu also. And the URL is going to be /manufacturer distributor retailer. Now let's create the hero link icon, the hero link component. So inside the molecule, I'm going to create a hero link.tsx. So this takes these 3 props. I'm just using the next link here. I'm having some classes. So this is going to be a flux column. We're going to make the item center item center and justify center for a flux call. This is going to have a fixed height, have some gap. I'm going to have a transition all because I'm having hover actions here. Like on hover, we're going to show a shadow, border, and we're also going to like increase the scale by 5%. So I added a transition all. We also have a thick border around it and a fixed width. That's it. We have two children, and these two children will be like stacked on top of each other. Okay. Our hero banner is ready, and that is going to be the only guy here. Hero banner. We don't want anything else. Now our home page is changed. Okay, this is our home page. One thing is it's a bit too tall. Okay. Oh, so I'm actually having a home screen and also a margin tab. I'm going to move the margin tab to the child. And now it's okay. But still I'm seeing like too much gap here. I'm going to use calc 100 VH minus 3 rem. So the 3 rem is the height of the navbar. Okay, this is 3 rem. Now it's okay. I'm zoomed in. Okay, I'm okay with this. We also created the manufacturer. I'm clicking this, we can see hello from layout. That's because I did not actually be able to render the children. Now when I render the children, we also see the content of the children, which is the content of the page. Okay, so what I'm going to do, the manufacturer page, I'm going to check if the user is logged in. If the user is not logged in, we will show the link, sign in link. So I'm going to use the get auth from the auth. So we created it when we created the auth options in the foundation. So this uses the get server session with the next auth, and this will go find the signed if the user is authenticated or not. So we use this in the server actions, server components. There is also we have wrapped the entire application into the server session provider, next auth session provider. So inside a client component, you can use session. Okay, that's the plan. Default async action, async function. If session dot user is not there, I'm going to return a link asking the person to sign in. Itself is going to be sign in. Okay, I'm signed in. Okay, let me sign out. Now when I go to the manufacturer, I'm just saying the sign in. Okay, we can have like elaborate page or something. We can redirect also. Let's try that. Redirect from the next navigation. I'm going to redirect to sign in. Okay, now when I go to the manufacturer, it goes to the sign in. That's better actually. Okay, and let's also return null. Maybe that's not required. Okay, that's redirect automatically returns the overall thing. So from this point, the session.user is going to be not null. Okay, so I'm going to, let's fetch the manufacturer. Let's create a, whenever I want to like compose a query, I come here. Okay, that's it. This is much more simpler. We can just click on the plus and I can, without typing nothing, I can generate this. So whenever we are going to fetch some data, do some mutation, the first step, I will come here. This is our input file, input for the code gen. Paste it here. Now we have to make sure that the network is running. Code gen in the network library is running. Now in the generator, we can see the manufacturer document. So this document is a typed document node, which is different from the usual document node which we get from the GraphQL. This is a typed document node from one of the dependencies we installed. This package is built by the guys behind the GraphQL code gen. Okay, you will see this in action. I'm going to use fetch GraphQL static. Okay, I want manufacturer resolver. Okay, actually we can use static. So we have three types of fetch functions. One is for the static one. Okay, and I'm extending this function to get the cookie and pass a token into the same function. And in the client, I'm actually getting we cannot use cookie in a client function. So I'm actually calling one of our APIs which returns the token of the logged in user. Okay, again I'm using cookie here, but this function will be executed. This is in the API, right? The API of the Nextjs. Okay, so GraphQL code gen static fetch GraphQL static works here. Manufacturer document, we need to also pass the variables. This is going to be UID. UID is going to get from session.user.uid. And also I am going to add tags. So this is a fetch operation going on. I'm going to set a tag to this fetch operation, so we can revalidate the tag from any part in the application, and this query will rerun again, and everything will rerun. Tags, so we don't type anything, right? We don't use like a hard-coded values. That's why I install named operations in the GraphQL code gen, and we can fetch the name of the query, which is the manufacturer, right? This is the name of the query. That's why I'm fetching here. This is the result of code gen plugin, which just lists the queries and mutation, the names of the queries and mutation, so that I don't have to worry about the spelling and so on. Okay, I'm fetching we have to await this, fetching the error and data. This is a type document node. So think about it. How did we are not like passing any generics or anything, right, into this function. This function expects generics, the return type and the variable type, but I'm not passing it. What happens is that this guy has that. This manufacturer document has the return type and the variable type. So what happens is that we take the return type and the variable type from the document, and it gets propagated as a return type, and also in the variable. The variable takes the v. Okay, we take the t data and v from the document. We use it as the return type and the variable type. That's how here we get the typings. See where, and also when I access the data, the return type is typed. So okay, if the data dot manufacturer is not there, I'm going to actually, in a real world situation, the manufacturer may have to like go through some verification steps, submitting the proofs and so on, but this is a demo application, so I'm going to like cut the real world actions. So when somebody wants to try this application out, I'm going to let them, because I'm going to create a new component, a client-side component called create manufacturer account, that will basically create the account for the user. Okay, so I'm using a server action here. We will create that. I'm just basically managing the loading state. This is the inside a use effect. Whenever the UID changes, the UID or the very first time, right? And the UID changes, it calls this create account. The create account is a async function. Inside that, I am setting the loading. I'm actually creating a fake delay because we are working with local, and I could not see this loading message, so I added that. You can remove that, and then I'm calling the server action. Let's create the server action. The server action just takes the UID and creates a manufacturer. This calls the mutation. So in the network, in the action slash here, this is the network layer. I'm going to create a file called create manufacturer dot ts. So I'm making use of, so we have to create this document, the type of document node for the mutation. Let's do that. Let's copy that. So this is the query for the mutation. Okay, let's keep everything in a small case. Now we have the create mutation document, and when the mutation happens, I'm actually revalidating the tag. Okay, we can do a lot more than this. We can manage the error and so on, but I keep things simple, and we're just moving on. Okay, so this is the component. So this, we fetch the, we look if the user is signed in. If it's not signed in, we are just redirecting to the sign in page. And similarly, when we are fetching the data, we are fetching the manufacturer. If there is no manufacturer, I'm going to use the create manufacturer account component. Okay, sometimes VS Code is not helping me, so I have to type that. And we have to pass the UID here, which is going to be session.user.uid. Okay, when there's no manufacturer, we are like returning. We are not going to render any of these pages. Okay, we are returning this component, and that component will automatically create a manufacturer using a server action, and the server action will revalidate this query. Okay, and the control again comes back. Now the manufacturer will be there, so it moves to display this hello from layout and hello from page. Okay, now I'm going to sign in, and I'm going to move to the manufacturer page. You will see the loading message first, and then you will see the hello from layout. The loading message will happen for 4 seconds. We have a user email name, credentials. I'm signed in. Okay, you can see the UID here, the name. And go to the manufacturer page, you will see the loading message first. Okay, so this is going to be there for 4 seconds, and we will have the hello from layout. Now we can go to the manufacturer and see the manufacturer account created for us. Okay, fine. Now let's move on to the page. So our layout is done. Now a drawback, a problem, or something that I did not solve is we are fetching some data. We are having some control in the layout, and usually in a child components we can pass the props, right? But there is the relationship between layout and page that I am understanding slowly. I'm going to basically have some redundant code. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm not sure how to avoid this redundant code. In the page, I want session.user to be true. Okay. So we are having like redundant code here, but you will see where I got stuck and why I decided to just use a redundant code. I'm fetching the data here. So if I take this out, the session will get undefined. Okay, I could not pass props here. And also one more thing I read is when we are doing the same query from the layout and page, Nextjs will dedupe that. Okay, and still this is ugly. Okay, dot manufacturer. So basically, let's work on the layout. So we are entering this. The layout is going. This is going to be. This is a dashboard. This is the manufacturer dashboard. Okay, we are going to have a sidebar, a fixed sidebar here. Okay, with all the menus, and we are going to also have dynamic menus. Like when we are going to have a products menu bar, and the sub menu are going to be the actual products the manufacturer owns. There'll be a warehouses menu. Sub menu will be the warehouses that the manufacturer owns. So this is, we are going to have a sidebar which is intelligent and which changes. So that we will work on the next section. Here we have one more thing to do in the manufacturer resolver. We need to protect this create manufacturer, because right now anybody can send any UID and they can create the manufacturer account for them. I'm going to add the allow authenticated, and since we have that decorator, we can have this get user param decorator. Now I'm going to use a row level checking permit. This is a simple function which gets a user object, gets the requested UID. It could be in a string or array of string, and it takes the roles. Okay, so if the requester has roles here, it bypasses it. Okay, or else it will look for the UID of the user to be a part of the string array. So I'm passing the user here and args.uid. Okay, so why advantages is that one more thing we can do this uid user.uid. Okay, now we can remove that. But what if an admin wants to pass to create manufacturer permission for some other user? The admin should be able to do that, right? In this case, we will simply take the admin's UID and I will try to create the manufacturer. So that's why we need that function. Now the admin can send any UID the admin wants. So the manufacturer is set up. I'm going to commit this code, and in the next section we will work on the manufacturer dashboard and the pages. Hello everyone, in this section I'm going to work on the manufacturer menu. We are going to fetch the products warehouses of the manufacturer, and we will be having links to that particular pages, and also the manufacturer dashboard, where we will have some stat code like how many warehouses and how many products that manufacturer has. So let's work on the manufacturer menu. So I'm going to create that into an organism. With this, okay, this gets a custom link. Remember how we used a hero link? We extended the link, Nextjs link, and we styled it. Similarly, this custom link has a style too, and we need to do a few several things. So basically, the first link is just the dashboard slash manufacturer. The second link is the manage products, all products. Okay, manufacturer slash products, and we are getting we are looping through the products. We fetch the manufacturer, we fetch the product along with the manufacturer query. Okay, and I'm looping through and creating a list of links to this page, manufacturer slash product ID. This is going to be the page for displaying one particular product. And I'm also using some translate X so that it looks like a sub menu. The same thing goes here. Okay, there's some unwanted text. I'm going to delete that. Now I have to work on the custom link. Inside the molecule, I'm going to create the custom link. So again, I'm using the same next link. I'm having some styles. If it's active, and also I'm using the use path from the next navigation, and I'm taking the path. Okay, and I'm checking if the href and the current path are same. If they are the same, then I'm marking the custom link component as active. If it's active, that is going to be a different style. We're going to make the font semi bold and change the color. We don't have primary color, but okay, yeah, fine. So that's the link component. Okay, and in the display user, I'm basically rendering the image and the name of the user. I'm using the session. Okay, we need to do some modification. I'm going to make the component reusable. I'm going to get the properties rounded size. Okay, so right now we have this is the display user component. Okay, I'm going to have a variation of this component with a bigger picture, and I'm going to create the rounded and size classes, so we can do a much better way here. For example, in the button variants, I'm using like this is written by the ShadCN UI. When I install the button component, they use something called class variance authority, and they are creating variants here. Okay, that we can use like this. This is much better way actually, but I'm just making it simple. The image class will become this. So they have their opinion about the height and weight, height and width, rounded full. Oops, 1 minute. Okay. Fine, let's see. This is the display user. This is one variation of doing that, and I'm going to render the display user in the sidebar, in the menu. Okay, I'm doing it here. I'm passing the size as large and rounded as large, and let's use this. So go to the layout of the manufacturer. And instead of this, I'm going to create I'm going to just copy paste a few things. Let's discuss that. The whole thing is going to be a flex box. I'm going to have the menu in the left and the children in the right, and the children is going to have flex grow. Okay, why do I have like two divs here? Now let's import the manufacturer menu. Okay, now we have to pass the manufacturer. The manufacturer is going to be data.manufacturer. So fine, yeah. So we are having menu and the children side by side. This is going to be the menu. Actually, I'm looking for a bigger picture here. But it's same as this. Manufacturer, display user, size, roundness. I'm creating the bad. Actually, I changed this, but I did not change this. Okay, I'm rendering the initial here, but I'm planning to actually use another image. Actually, let's do that. I'm going inside the public. I'm going to place an image here. We already have these two. I'm going to drag one. Wow. So I just copy pasted the no image.jpg. Okay, this is what we are going to use if the user or if the image is missing anywhere. Okay, so we don't want that. Here I'm going to just use no image.jpg. Okay. We also have to add a object cover. Okay, that looks okay. I'm zoomed in actually. Fine. Let's also have some gap here. Fine. Looks okay. So here also now our image will be there. Okay, this is a static image which we just put in our public folder. Okay, we're good. Our menu are there. We don't have we haven't created the manufacturer slash product, manufacturer slash warehouses. But okay, let's move on. Let's build this dashboard. So now organism, I'm going to copy paste this manufacturer dashboard, which basically says it's a dashboard. It renders the UID. It inside a flex box. I'm going to have two stat cards. That's going to take a title, count, href. Maybe I should make this into a children. Okay, let's build the stat card. The stat card gets the title, href, and count. I'm going to actually make this a children so that we can render anything inside that. Okay. So instead of the count, I'm just giving children. Fine. Now here, let's re-import that. And instead of the count, we have to pass the same thing as children. Fine. So this is the manufacturer dashboard, and that's what we're going to use in the page. So in the manufacturer page, right now we are displaying nothing, but I'm going to display the manufacturer dashboard. Let's import the manufacturer dashboard. Okay. So that's the problem actually. In the layout, I'm handling everything, see, but in the root, in the page, I have to again handle these conditions in order to satisfy the TypeScript, which I don't know how to solve. Manufacturer not found. So this condition should not happen technically. If data is manufacturer is not there, I'm handling that so that I get a non-nullable value here, which we already make sure in the layout, but I don't know how to do the page itself without duplicating the code. That is our page. Okay, fine. So we worked on the manufacturer menu, manufacturer dashboard, the we modified the display user, we created a custom link. Okay, so it automatically looks at the current location URL, and it automatically does something for us. Okay, in the next section we will start working on the manufacturer warehouses, and we will be starting where we'll work on the create warehouse, displaying the warehouses, displaying one warehouse. Similarly, we will be creating the all products page, create product page, one product page. That's what we're going to do in the next sections. Okay, let's move on. So in this section we are going to create listing the warehouses, creation of new warehouse, and also the warehouse page. I know we don't have the warehouses page. Let's create that. Warehouses slash page dot tsx. Okay. Manufacturer warehouses page. Hello. Now we have the manufacturer warehouses page. As I told earlier, that the layout is common for all the nested pages. So the sidebar, the manufacturer menu in the layout will be visible in all the pages. Here I'm going to have a header and a new button here. And the new button will take us to the manufacturer slash warehouses slash new. Okay, let's create that page. So inside this I have to create new slash page dot tsx. New warehouse. Okay, let's just have a we are just working on the page structure. New manufacturer. I think this is where this actually needs to be cleaned. Actually, I'm typing it anywhere. This is one of the weak parts in the Monorepo. You can have some spelling mistake, right? New warehouse. So this is the new warehouse page, and this is the warehouse page where we will be listing all the warehouses. We will also have one more thing like slash id. Okay, let's do that. That will be rendering one particular warehouse ID. So I'm going to have that ID there and page.tsx. And here we can actually get the param there. Get this exact ID as a param. So this is going to give us params, and inside that I'm going to get the ID. Okay, params. I'm going to just display the params.id. This is going to be accessed by manufacturer slash warehouses slash the ID. Now if I go here, we're going to see hello 23. This is another page. The new will open the new warehouse. Here we'll be having a form to create a new warehouse. This will be like individual, whatever the warehouse. This is one warehouse page, and here we will display all the warehouses. On clicking that, we will get into the single warehouse page. Okay. Let's move on. So in the warehouses root page, I'm going to have this, and using flex justify between, I'm having a header here and having the new button at the end. Okay, I'm clicking that, we will go to the here. Now let's work on the new warehouse form. So whenever we want to work on the form, we have to go to the forms library. We have to create the schema first. You're going to first create the schema for the address, because the warehouse needs a schema, and we are going to store the latitude, longitude, and address. These are all three are going to be mandatory: number, and string. And then the form schema for the create warehouse, it is going to take, the name is going to be mandatory, the description is going to be optional, and the warehouse can belong to any of these roles. Okay, manufacturer, distributor, or retailer. So I'm going to just pass any one of these values, and in the address I'm using the address schema. So this is the form schema, and then let's create the hook for that. Okay, so I'm going to actually generate a form provider using the form provider from React hook form. So because this form is going to be a bit complicated, we're going to have some input fields, text area. Also, we're going to have a map. We're going to have a map marker, and people can drag that location to that particular location, and they can do that. And the map part is going to exist out of that, and we're going to actually have some nested components. So basically, the React hook form is like a state library, state management library, and having a provider will help us to span our form in more than one components, in the child components. Okay, and there's something wrong here about TypeScript. Okay, I did not install React in the forms library. Let's go into the forms. I'm going to install React as a peer dependency. Also, we need to set up tsconfig to allow JSX. Okay, we need to enable that. And I'm seeing, okay, also we need to render the types. So install the types. Okay, npm add dev dependency at types/react. Now this should be happy. Okay, that's happy, and we have to tell TypeScript that we can actually use TSX in this project. So I'm actually looking for a ts config file, okay, which I'm extending. There is a root ts config file with the core settings. The target, we are targeting the ES where the module is going to be CommonJS, because the libraries will be used by both the front end and back end environments. Okay, the node environment also. So I'm using the CommonJS module. I'm enabling the strict, and I'm excluding the node modules. So this is the common base ts config, and that's I'm extending that inside the libraries. Here I'm extending this, and then I have added a few more compiler options. I'm going to copy that into the forms library, and I'm going to delete these two and enable the JSX. JSX is going to be React. Okay, now this should go away. Maybe restart the TS server. What? Okay, I have to import React. I'm going to do the default React import, and let's use it here. There's one more problem here. It's going to, okay, so it asks me to enable the ES module interrupt option. It was already there, but I deleted it. Now TypeScript is happy. Okay, so all these things I had to do to use JSX, that's the one thing, and also the React had like a default export, and I had to enable the ES module and interrupt to work with that. Okay, this is the form. Okay, so we're creating a use form. Maybe we don't want this because we have the provider, and inside the provider we will be using the use form context directly. So I'm going to delete this. I'm inferring. Oh, okay, I need that. Actually, I can delete this and directly use this here, but I find this is clean. Okay, so I'm going to leave this. We have our form, and one more thing I'm going to do. A funny thing is I'm going to re-export a few things from the React hook form in the root index file of the forms library. I'm going to use the export the use form context, use watch, and so on, so that I don't have to install this library in the other libraries we consume these things. Okay, I worked on the forms, created the form schema, we created the hooks on the provider. What else? Now we can start working on our component, the form component. Okay, so this is going to be a bit complicated, as I said, and let's go one by one. The new, okay, let's create a template. The UI template. I'm going to create a template called create warehouse. Okay, we need to wrap the entire component with the form provider. So I have one idea that this is the exported one, and I'm going to have the content here. Okay, maybe I should put under this, and I don't have to export that. So this thing, that's the parent. I'm going to use the form provider, which the VS Code is not helping me. I'm going to import the form provider from the form create warehouse which we just created, and I'm going to wrap the content in our form provider. Return null. Fine. This is a bit complicated because this component will be used by all the manufacturer, retailer, and distributor roles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface. All these three roles, this component will be called in different pages, and we want to redirect to different pages. We want to pass different values to the mutation. So I'm creating this interface. Okay. So this is going to get an object, manufacturer ID, distributor ID, retailer ID. All of them are optional. And also I'm getting the redirect URLs. I'm getting those values, and I'm going to pass to the child component. Fine. Here we can use the use form context. So that I just exported from the root index file of the form, remember? So I'm using that, and also I have to use the type because the use context does not immediately understand where it exists, what kind of form is being used. So I have to pass this as a generic, and now we can get the form management functions like register, handle, submit, and so on. So the structure is going to be like this. We're going to have a form here. We're going to have a map here. So we are going to say the new. We're going to have a form here, and also the half of the page is going to be taken by the map. So let's start by having a grid with two columns with some gap. The first item is going to be the form. Second item is going to be the map. Okay. Hello. Okay, I have to actually use the create warehouse in the page. And from the page, I'm actually setting the redirect URL, which is going to be manufacturer. I did not want to type this, so I made this an enum. Sorry, a union type, so that I can simply select one of the values from the page. Okay. This is the manufacturer page, so that's why I'm giving here. And inside the warehouse role, I can pass multiple things, but I'm going to only pass the manufacturer ID. Also here I have to get the session, get auth. I need to await this. And I think we keep doing this. If there is no session user, I'm going to return the sign in button. So I'm going to actually create a sign in button for this. Just a link that points to sign in. Okay. Sign in button. Export const sign in button. Return. So it's going to be a link. Sign in. Import the link. The href is going to be sign in. Okay, now it's simpler. Can return the sign in button there. Fine. Now I don't have to keep typing the sign in. It's just one component. Whenever we need, we can just do that. Okay, now we can pass the manufacturer ID, which is going to be session.user.uid. Okay, now it's a valid one. Okay, I have to actually mark this as a use client. Okay, now we are saying this is going to be the farm, this is going to be the map here. Inside the farm, I'm going to add a few elements. The first one is going to be the name. Second, I'm going to actually use two text areas for getting the description and the address. I don't have the text area. So on the chat C and UI, there is a text area components, and search for text area, and you can install it manually. And I'm just going to copy this inside the atoms. I'm going to create a text area, and I'm going to just paste it. We have to clean up the cn function. Now we have our text area, and we can import that. So we have that's it. We have one input area and two text areas, and there is a submit button, create warehouse. This is the form. Let's make it a bit cleaner. I'm going to make it a flex call and have a gap there. That is looking okay. What else? Okay, now we have the first part done, and also let's work on the on submit. I'm going to use the handle submit from the use form context. This gives us the data, and I'm just going to enter the data. Just console log the data. So this use form context also gives us a form state, and we can get the errors from inside that. I'm going to console log that. We can use the watch function, which I got destructured from here, to get the data, and the errors we get from the form state. Okay, now let's try it. So open the console. When I type it, we can see what's inside that. When I submit it, we are getting the error. It says that the latitude and longitude are required but missing. So that's where we are going to use the map component, and we'll be having a map marker. And on dragging that, on drag end of the map marker, we will be getting the latitude and longitude of the location, and we will be setting that location into this state. Okay, we can use something like a set value here. We are doing two types of things, right? One is, this is an uncontrolled component. We are not managing the value ourselves. All these three values, we're not managing the value. But when we want to work with a map and we want to post that value to our state management here using React form, we have to do some stuff to make them work. First, let's work on the map component. I have to install a few things in the UI. I'm going to install the map.gl. and React map GL. Okay. And let's create the components. Inside the organisms, I'm going to create a map folder, map/map.tsx. So this is going to be the main file. We are going to also have one component for the map marker, one for, so we're going to have panels and zoom controls. This is the main file. I'm just importing the map.gl, the map props, use map, and I'm just returning map.gl with some predetermined props. So basically you can't directly use the actual map.gl from React map.gl inside the application, but I'm giving some styles here. I'm also giving the map access token. So in order to get this Mapbox token, you go here, you have to sign in and get your token. Okay. And also I created some style maps. You can remove this and keep the component simple, but this I'm adding some fog density and so on. I like the look of it, so I created this component and I am using it as a child. So we can, the child components can use the use map to get the current map, which will point to this component, and we can change the styles. This is the map component, and second one is map marker, which I don't do anything here. I'm just returning the, importing the map.gl and just returning it, because later you may have to, you can do some customization. So a separate component is always helpful, I think. Now that we have both of them, I'm going to here, let's use the map from the organism, and inside that I'm going to use the map marker. Map marker marker. Oh, okay. So I'm going to call this marker. Let's oh, it's expecting latitude and longitude. Okay, this is what we have. Okay, and I also, maps can get really complex. Here I just installed a few dependencies and I customized it. If you take away everything other than the Mapbox access token, you still will get something here. Okay, something to interact with. Okay, so I have to mention a map style which I built myself. Okay, I built a gray map so that the map will go with any color palette, any design system. Fine. So this is uncontrolled as well. I'm not like storing a value and returning a value somewhere to do this. The map is uncontrolled. I like it that way. Okay. Now I'm going to have initial location. So inside this, so I store all the constants here. Inside this, I'm going to save initial view state. Okay, this is going to be initial view state. This is Chennai with zoom of 8, and when anybody opens this, this is how they will see the Chennai. Okay, so you can have an array here. You can have some logic here based on the location the user is opening. You can pass the initial state, but I'm going to keep it simple. In the map, we can specify the initial state, view state, and I'm importing that. Similarly, the marker also, longitude. Okay, so basically I'm just using the same values initial view state, and that will be there only 1 minute. Yeah, what happened here? We have some issue. Okay, this is undefined. Okay, maybe I should build the library. Build. Okay, now I have the initial view state. Now they should be able to see that, and yeah, but where is the marker? The marker is missing. Okay, so that's because whenever we work with the Mapbox, we have to actually import the CSS. So they will also be having some copyright labels here. We should have them. This is a source of truth, right? This is the only CSS file we have in the entire project. We had a global.css in the Nextjs. We deleted that, right? We don't want anything else. Here I'm going to import the mapbox.gl dist mapbox.gl CSS file. Now you will see the marker. The marker looks really bad, but we can. Okay, the marker is draggable. Now we can drag the marker, and based on the location of the marker, we are going to just store that in the state, and we will, on clicking on submitting, we will send that. So I'm going to create a separate component here. There I will be modifying the marker look and behavior. Okay. Okay. So here also I'm using this. So this is where the provider comes in, becomes helpful. So I'm using getting the state from the use form context. So this can be called when that component gets wrapped inside a provider. So we are inside a nested inside the child of the child here. Okay. And we can get the data, we can get the set value function, and we can set the value when the on drag end completes. So on the end of it, and this is completely typed as well. Okay, we don't have to guess it. Latitude, I'm setting the latitude. Longitude, I'm setting the longitude. Okay, we don't need that. Fine. So instead of that map marker, also you can see that I'm setting the icon here as a child. This is a lucid react icon, and you can also style it. And instead of the map marker, I'm going to use this one, and we don't want any props there. Fine. Where am I? Oh, actually we have to pass the initial location. Initial location is going to be initial view state. Icon is optional. Actually we can make a default here, okay, so that I don't have to pass it here. Fine. Now we have the marker, which is in the shape of the warehouse. That's exactly what we are creating here. Okay, when the user is creating a factory or a retailer, we will have another icons like store icon or so. Right now I'm happy with this. And I'm setting the states here. Fine. Now one more thing I have to do, we have to have some zoom buttons. So I'm going to work on that now. Inside the map, I'm going to have the zoom controls. The zoom is going to be just a button with some styles. Type this button. And I'm clicking, I'm using the map, I'm getting the map from the use map. And this works only when we wrap the entire thing, we wrap the zoom in inside the map component, or else this won't work. I'm just doing this. So the advantage is we now get our own custom buttons. The same goes for the zoom out. I have other functionalities like center of the map. We use the map again, we use the map to get the center, and we are passing it to the callback. And it's actually a composable file, but I create an opinionated default zoom controls so that I don't have to keep doing it every time. So here I'm going to paste the default zoom controls. Now we get this, but that looks really awful. Okay, so how to place it in a certain location, right? So that's where I'm going to create a panel component. I feel like a marketer who keeps selling it, upselling. But this is another, just a div. Okay, also we can use like the class variants to create variants instead of just having this hard-coded classes. But this thing works. This is a component. This gets a position, children, and additional class name, and it renders that. Okay, this is an absolutely placed one, positioned component. I'm having some space y z because we can have some gap. We can have multiple children inside that panel, and yeah, let's use that. I'm going to wrap the default zoom control with the panel, and by default that's a default location, but I'm going to set another position right center. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, fine. Now the draggable is happening, the form is working, and we are good to go. Let's try to let's see if the marker is setting the states correctly. When I drag it, nothing is happening. When I end the drag, it displays the address, the lat long, and so on. So the one more optimization is that the Mapbox API, on giving a location like this, okay, it can guess the address. So we can just do this, and we can populate something here and let the user update it, or we can let the user type something here and let the some map API to guess the lat long location. Okay, but I'm going to keep this simple. Okay, let's create a sample data. Before that, I have to actually make sure the warehouse resolver. So this is the create one, and it looks good, but actually the manufacturer is capital M. Okay, I have to update it. I don't know why TypeScript is not giving me this error. I'm composing an object here, and I'm spreading it based on a condition, but still I'm expecting TypeScript to give me error here, but it's not giving me. Okay, now in the on submit we have to do the mutation. Okay, so let's take the query, let's compose a query. The mutation, create warehouse. Okay, go to the GraphQL, I call this input file. On pasting this, we will get the output here. Output is a typed document type document node. Fine, now we have that. I'm going to destructure this address, name, description. What? That's okay. Yeah, address, name, and description, and I'm using it in the query, in the mutation. VS Code, please help me. Network, fetch, client. I'm tired of typing it. So this warehouse role is sent by the manufacturer here. Okay, we are setting the value here. And also we have a redirect URL that is also set by the parent, the page. So when this is successful, data is successful, I'm going to use, we need to redirect, but this is a client component, so we cannot directly use the redirect from the next navigation. I'm going to actually use the use router from the next navigation. Now we can use the router and router. We can push, we can replace it. So I'm going to replace the current history entry so that when you press the back button, you won't go back to the form. Redirect URL. Okay. And if something goes wrong, let's just do an alert. Let's create the warehouse. I asked help from the chat GPT. It came up with these names. In supply nexus storage solution with some description, blah blah, with some address. Okay, and I'm going to search Yenur here. I think it's going to be somewhere here. Let's see if it goes. Wow, it's successful. Okay, I'm happy. Now in the warehouses, we can see our Yenur nexus, supply chain, whatever it is. And also we have the location here. This is where I dragged my marker into. Okay, that's a lat long. Fine. Now I'm going to render the list of the warehouses. So let's go to our new page is done. Let's go to this page. Okay, under this I'm going to render all the list of warehouses. We can create a separate function for this, a separate component for this. What? Okay, so I have to actually get all the warehouses here. I think my warehouses needs to be built. Warehouses services. I don't think we have a my warehouses. So basically I'm going to stop everyone to access all the warehouses. Okay, so this I'm going to make it an admin only route. I'm going to duplicate this, and this is accessible by everybody. I'm going to rename this my warehouse, my warehouses, and since I use this, I can use the get user param decorator, get user type, and here I'm going to, wow, this is a bit different actually. Basically we get the UID and we want to get the warehouse of that UID. Okay, so I'm going to spread all the args, and then I'm going to set the where, and I'm again going to spread all the where sent by the user, and then I'm going to have an or condition. It's an array, and inside an object I can specify manufacturer ID equals user.uid. Okay, I'm going to do this for three roles. The particular ID, because this is common for all three guys, all three roles. So wherever the UID is present, I will add that warehouse for that user. Okay, now we have the my warehouses resolver. Let's type the query. So again, whenever we fetch, we go to this file. I'm pasting this, but the problem is we are using fragments. Okay, it says the warehouse details cannot be found. That is a fragment. The fragment is reusable piece of queries. So I'm pasting this. So basically we are fetching a whole lot of things here. ID, name, description, and we are fetching the location information. The ins and outs are transaction information. Okay. And also we are rendering we are fetching the array of inventories. And we have to also use the fragment transaction details. So this is, as you can see, this is a huge query. Okay, when I copy paste this, instead of spreading the fragment, you will see this is a really huge query. You can optimize this, you can divide this, you can have separate components manage their own querying of data. I'm going to just go with this. We have a document type document node ready. Here I can import that. So basically I'm getting all the warehouses based on the creation date, sorted by the latest one in the top. Okay, now we have the data, and now we can just loop through it and render the warehouses. If there are no warehouses, I'm going to just say no warehouses found. If there are warehouses, I'm creating a link. I'm using the ID to go to the manufacturer /warehouses/warehouse ID, and I'm using going to create a warehouse card. Okay, this warehouse card is going to be a little more complicated as well. We are going to have a static map created for us. We are going to use Mapbox API to generate a static map for us. Okay, and we will use an image to render that. And also I'll create one more component called map link, where when I click that map, we will open Google Maps with that lat and long to see the exact location. So let's create the warehouse card. It's an organism. It's just preference. Okay, the naming convention, if you find it bad, you can give any other names here. So basically we have to create these two components here. We are creating a map link that will actually, on clicking that, will get open the Google Maps. The static map simple is it's just an image. We'll be using the Mapbox API to generate a image for us, and we will use the image tag to render that. And we are displaying a few things here. Okay, let's create the map link and the static map. I'm gonna put it inside the molecule. So this is the map link. I'm generating a maps URL. Okay, so I'm using this. I'm passing the query parameter lat and long. That's it. I'm using the URL in the link, and I'm also giving target blank to open it in a new tab. This simple component gets the lat long children and does whatever it wants, whatever it is supposed to do. The next one is simple map, static map. Again, this is just an image. I'm composing a URL here. If there is nothing, I'm using the same size to just display a big gray square with a shadow. But if there is an image, I'm passing the type of map I want. Okay, that's the map style, and I'm creating a pin here. That the pin is the marker. Okay, I'm creating a pin with a location, and also I'm passing the location. So I think this is going to be the location of the map, and also I'm passing the location of the pin. So I'm giving the size here, and also I'm entering the Mapbox token. I'm generating the URL, and I'm just using the image tag to render that. Okay. I'm thinking, why shouldn't I use the image from the Nextjs? And let's give the width and height. Okay. Warehouse card is not defined. Now we have to import the warehouse card. Okay. I have to actually add this in the Next.js configuration. Go to the next config.js. We have to add the domain name there. Next config domain images. Okay, the syntax goes like images. Inside that, I have to specify the remote patterns, and this is an array. And inside that, we can specify the host name. The host name is going to be, so in this situation, it is the api.mapbox.com. Should I restart the server? I'm also going to add two more things. Okay, using this. I'm also going to add two more hostname. This is for actually rendering the Google user. When the user is registered with Google, you are actually getting the image from the Google and rendering that. So we need to add this, and also we are going to use Firebase storage for storing our images. So I'm using all these three. I think we have to restart. It just closed. Okay, I'm restarting the server. Now, how cool is that? Okay. So this is going to be the warehouse card. I'm rendering the name, description, the address, and the whole thing is a link. On clicking that, we will go here. Okay, hello 7. So I'm happy with this. Fine. We have successfully created a warehouse. Now let's actually go through. Let's just do this one more thing, because I want to see the things getting revalidated after redirecting, right? And also I did not mention this. See, there is a dynamic menu item. I wanted to see this one more thing. Maybe we will delete that. Okay, sample desk, sample address, sample. Okay, now I'm clicking this. See, okay, I'm not revalidating it. Create warehouse. That's the template, and yeah, I'm not revalidating it. This is from the use client. I have to get the revalidate from the server action, which again, my VS Code is not helping me to import. Name operations dot query dot. This is my warehouses. Okay, I'm going to now it refetches because it refreshed automatically. I have to have some gap there. It still looks noisy, but still fine. Okay, sample2 disk, sample address, click it. Now we get it. Okay, the Mapbox API is taking some time to render that, but this is the exact location where I dragged the marker to. Okay, now I'm going to delete the unwanted location and warehouses. We have to do it in order. We cannot delete the warehouse before deleting the addresses. Fine. Now we are good with this one guy. Next thing, I'm going to go forward and create this page. Okay. Hello everyone. So before continuing building our that single warehouse page, so this page is going to have the warehouse information and also the products this warehouse has along with the inventory. Okay, so I think it makes sense to actually build the products this page, the products page, the create product page, so that we can when we build the single warehouse page, we will have something to look at. Okay, so I'm going to proceed to work on the products. I'm going to create a products slash page dot tsx. So basically here we are going to fetch just like how we did in the warehouses. Yeah, I'm fetching all the my warehouses document, right? Automatically without even sending the UID. I think this is much more robust way. So I'm going to do something like that for the products as well. I'm going to make this admin only. And I'm going to duplicate it. Call this my products. Okay. Get the user. This guy is the requester. And okay. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm spreading the args inside the where. I'm spreading the where, and I'm asking, checking if the requester is the manufacturer ID. The thing is, products will be owned only by the manufacturer. Okay, the retailers, they don't create products. That's the logic I'm going with. Okay, so our my products mutation is created. Query is created. Let's write the query my products. I'm going to fetch. So I'm coming to this file. I'm basically fetching the ID, name, image, and date description. Let's make sure the code gen in the network library is running. And let's work on the products page. Here I'm fetching the my products. Okay, using the fetch GraphQL server, using the my products document, the type document node from the generator. I'm also importing the sort order from the generator, importing the named operations from the generated file. I'm having just a name and it's a justify between. I'm having a new here pointing to the product/new route. Okay, that's what we have, and let's create the new slash page.tsx. Okay, new product page. The name of this does not matter because it's a default export. Okay, I'm going to work on the new product form. So for that we have to go to the forms library. We have to create a schema. We'll create a hooks. We'll create a create product template. This exact same thing which we did for the manufacturer. I'm going to the schema file. So the create product is going to have name, image, description. We are going to actually work with the image here. I'm going to use Firebase. We already created a project for Firebase, remember, for Google authentication. So I'm going to use the same project to store the images. I've created the schema. Let's create the hooks. Okay, this is we don't need the form provider here because it's a really simple form, just an image, name, and description. Okay, this is our hook. This is what we are going to use. We have created the schema, we have created the hook. Next we have to create the template. This time I'm going to move a bit faster because this is exactly what we saw the previous time. So in the template I'm going to create UI templates. I'm going to create product.tsx. Okay, I'm going to paste the whole component here, and then we will discuss that. It's going to be very similar. So we're getting the manufacturer ID as a property because we know where we are here. Okay, the manufacturer ID as a property, and I'm using the same form here, the hook form. This I will come back. Okay, so basically I'm just having an input box for the name and a text area for the description. Okay, this image preview, we have to work on that. Let's clear other errors and we will work on the image preview and use upload. I'm also going to re-explore the controller. And also we have to create the mutation for create product. Fine. Now, okay, so a lot of places you remember I'm using like simple div to display a title. So I'm going to create a typography component here in the atoms that will have some types for the title, description, and so on. So we have title here with some. It's also, I don't want this text type. We want to have base component. Okay, so it gets children. It gets a class name. It will have some opinionated style, which we can actually replace, override. Okay, we have title 1, title 2, title 3. I'm using divs everywhere. We can use headers h1, h2, h3. We can even get that as a prop, but I'm going to just go with this. Now let's import the title. Okay, now we have to work on the image preview. The image preview is an image upload component which renders the image, which previews the image, and we can remove that. Okay, and this hook is required as well. We will build them, but before that, let's just look at the component. We just saw that, right? So inside the form, this is the complex part. This is a controlled component. Okay, other ones, these are uncontrolled. Like we are not like storing and giving back the value anywhere. We are not handling the on change, right? There is no on change. But here I'm using the controller. I'm wrapping an input field, and this is typed. Okay, and on change, I'm calling the on change from the field. That's how we put the image value in our state, the React hook form state. Okay, now let's build the image preview. That's going to be inside the molecules. Okay, this is the image preview. We're going to get src, which is going to be a blob or media source. That's exactly how the input type. So this one, okay, that's how the input type file saves that. Okay, that's what I'm passing it as source, and I'm also passing a clear image callback, a function, and some children. Maybe I'm thinking I should use the base component here as well. Can I do that? Oops. Let's extend the base component from the util types. Now we get the class name and children. So basically, when there is a source, which means that the user has already uploaded the image. Okay, not uploaded, but selected the image. We have the src, that is the blob. So when it's true, we are actually displaying an image and a trash button on top of it. Okay, the trash button is going to, on click, we are going to do the clear image. That's the function we get in the props. Okay, if not, we're just going to have a simple gray area there with children, and that children is going to be this part. Okay, now we have our component to upload the image, and we have to work on this hook. And before that, we actually have to install Firebase. Inside the util library, I'm going to install Firebase. And also we have to do some configurations there. Okay, so I need the configurations. Inside util library, I'm going to have, this is not a util library. Okay. Here I'm going to have config slash firebase dot ts, and I'm going to fetch the configuration for this exact project. So press the web one, create an app. I don't want Firebase hosting here because we are going to use Vercel, and it's going to give back the configuration for us. Okay, that we have already installed it, and I'm going to just copy this into our config file. Okay, that's all. And here we are like initializing the app. I'm also going to initialize the storage, and I'm going to call this Firebase app. The get storage comes from Firebase slash storage. Okay, now we have the storage here, and let's work on the hook. In the util, we have a hooks file, and I'm going to paste the use image upload hook. Okay, so we're having, I'm managing the loading state, I'm managing the percentage state, so that when the image is getting uploaded, we can show either the loading state or the percentage of the progress. In the handle upload, that's what we are returning, right? We are returning the loading state, the percentage, and the handle upload. The handle upload is a function. I'm getting the files. If there are no files, I'm just returning the empty array. Setting the state. The upload tasks, I have to import a few things from the Firebase slash storage. The get download URL, ref, and upload bytes resumable. So we are getting the files. Files are going to be any. This needs some polishing actually. Right now I'm just going with any. So if there are, I'm setting the loading part, and the upload task. In the upload task, I'm creating a storage reference using the storage which we get from which we just created, right? Using the Firebase app. And I'm passing the location of where I want to store the files. And I'm creating an upload task using the upload bytes resumable. I'm passing the storage ref and the actual file itself. And this is a listener on state changed. Inside that, I'm getting the percentage based on the bytes transferred by total bytes. I'm setting the percentage inside here. Okay. And once it's done, I'm going to use the get download URL. I'm going to use the upload task dot snapshot dot ref. I'm resolving that, and so that is the task, and I'm using promise all to resolve everything in parallel. If people can upload multiple images, and we get back the image URLs, which is going to be just the array of string. That's the hook. Okay. Now we have the create product template ready. Let's use that. First checking for the user to be logged in. We have a sign in button. If the user is not logged in, then we can do this, or we can just simply redirect to the sign in page. But where did we do that? So we can also do this. I'm going to do this. Okay, import that from next navigation, and I'm going to just use the create product component, that template we just created. Template create product. Fine. All right, let's look at the form. Now this is going to be, this is the form. Okay, we have a, okay, I cannot see the image distinctively there. So the image preview, there is nothing. I'm going to increase the size, increase that. Okay, now it's better. Okay, let's test this. So I have an image in the desktop. I'm selecting that. It previews the image. It if we did not upload the image yet. Okay, and we can remove that. And we can keep doing it until we get bored about it. So it's called bphone. And it's a description. Okay, bphone means the best phone. Now let's try it. Now wow, course policy got an error. Okay, I think that the course error is happening because we have not enabled the storage here. So go to the storage for the project, get started. I'm going to start this in the test mode. So this will give us time for 1 month for us to upload. This is creating a bucket for us. And once the bucket is created, we can upload the image. Okay. Our bucket is the storage is created. Now let's retry it. Fine. Now actually the product is created. Okay, our bphone is created, but we don't have anything to display here. Let's work on the displaying part. So below that, I'm going to loop through the my products, and there also everything is going to be a link, and we need to create a product card. The product card is going to go to the organisms. So it basically gets the mic. This the product card is a part. The product card is a part of my products query, right? You can clearly see where this component comes in. It's going to come in one item of the product, one item of the my products array. Okay, so I'm doing this. I'm using it. This okay. I'm going to replace this with the Nextjs image, and also the source. I'm going to mention the no image.jpg. That's from the public directory here. No image JPEG. Okay. Fine. I'm having some name, description, and also some date. This is the product card. Let's import that. I have no energy to type this. Now with the property, okay, yeah, I need to add the height and width for the image. Height and width are going to be 500 and 500. I am confused. Why are there two products? And that too happened in the between like 12 seconds. I think there's a bug here. I'm going to reiterate that, okay? I'm going to delete this, delete both the products, and let's do it again. Bphone, bphone is the best for. I have not worked with the loading yet, but this is fine. Now we are getting the products back. We are having the new product page working, render project. Next we have to work on this rendering one product page. So similar to this, I'm going to actually, I have not even created the displaying one warehouse also, right? Because we need to have the inventory product and inventory to see that product page. I'm just having it here. This is manufacturer product page. This is an interesting product. This is an interesting page because this is going to have a tracking mechanism here. Okay. We'll come back to this. Before that, I'm going to start working on our warehouse. Here we will be having our products, inventory, and so on. Okay, so see you in the next section. So we are almost done here. We are after finishing this this page, we'll be actually creating some sample data. We will be creating accounts from my other Gmail IDs, and we'll be creating more products, more warehouses. We'll be connecting that, and finally we will come back here. This is a here we can we'll be actually creating that map with where the manufacturer can track where the product went. Okay, that's going to be really cool. Amazing stuff coming up. Okay, see you in the next section. Bye. Our application is coming up, is shaping up really nicely. And next, this part, we're going to work on the workspaces page, which is this one. Okay, so we're basically going to have some workspace information here, and then we are going to have a list of inventories, and we will be having actions like selling, transferring items from the inventory, and also only for the manufacturer we will be having an option to actually add products into the warehouse. Okay, so that's all we're going to do with this section. Let's keep going. Okay, this is the page. So we're fetching the ID from the parameter, and I think I have a warehouse document, warehouse details, my warehouses. Okay, I have to actually create this query warehouse. Okay, which is going to take the same warehouse details information, the fragment. Okay, so it's going to be one warehouse. I'm going to copy this query, and I'm going to use the warehouse details. the fragment. Okay, let's also make sure that our network, the code gen is running. Fine. Now we can import it from our network library. The fetch function is also from the network library. Now we have the warehouse information fetched from our backend. So I'm going to check, defend a case where if there are no warehouse for the particular ID, then we are just displaying this, and I'm going to create a template called warehouse. So in the UI, warehouse. So that's a template. And this is going to take the warehouse. Okay, let's pass data. This is going to be the warehouse query. Okay, and let's return now data. I'm going to just return the warehouse dot name. Okay, let's import that in our page. Import the warehouse, and I'm rendering that. Okay, and we have to pass the data. The data is going to be data. Okay, or we can actually just make it warehouse, and we get the warehouse here. That is much simpler. And I'm passing the warehouse. Okay, so now is we are getting the warehouse name. So let's work on the warehouse, this template. So first I'm going to create an organism called warehouse details. So basically I'm getting the I think so actually here also we can use a fragment. Okay, because that is common. Fragment. Okay, warehouse details fragment. See, now that is same. We have the same information there, and that's what I'm going to use here also. We're going to fetch the, yeah, that works. This is warehouse card. Okay, and I was having warehouse details, and here also the warehouse details fragment is going to be the type of the component, prop in the component. So I'm having a bunch of styles going on here. I'm displaying the ID with the ID and name, and the description local. You can style however you want, and also I'm using the same map link and a static map style, simple, right? So this generates a map, the location of the warehouse, and this map link will actually, on clicking it will open it in the Google Maps. This is the warehouse details. I'm going to start it with the warehouse details, and I need to pass the warehouse, which is the warehouse itself, the prop. Okay, so this is the okay, the description is long actually. This is a flex box, and this is going too much. I'm going to wrap this with a div, and can we use flex shrink 0? Yeah, that works. Okay, now we have the square map there. We have some description going on, have the address here. That you can, I'm not focusing too much on the UX because that's the warehouse details. Second one, I'm going to have this is where the inventory management starts. Okay, so I'm going to use a title 2. I'm going to say inventory. And if there are no inventories, I'm going to say empty. And if there are, I'm going to just loop through them, and I'm going to create an inventory card. So if the inventory is there, we are going to have a, so I'm using flex wrap so that the cards will organize itself. We can use grid and grid column with the dynamic with responsive column numbers, but I think it's sufficient. So let's create the inventory card. So I'm copy pasting a lot of components because typing out this component takes a lot of time. Okay, line by line it's going to, so I'm going to like have this simple. We are going to go step by step. I'm going to comment this up. So this is the inventory card. So I'm getting the inventory, which is warehouse fragment. I'm taking the inventories, taking the one item, the inventory is in the warehouse fragment. So we have the warehouse fragment here. Okay, this is the warehouse details fragment, and we have the inventories. This is going to be an array of inventories, and this is what we are going to, that's the type you are expecting in this component. So I'm taking that, the inventory, inside that we have the product name and the quantity of the inventory. That's it. So after finishing this, I will work on the transfer goods and sell goods. Right now we have to work on something else. We have to let the manufacturer update product, right? So after that we will go to the inventory card and we will implement those two. Let's import the inventory card. So nothing is there because we don't have any inventory. Let's have a button there. Okay, so I'm going to have an upsert inventory button, which is going to be just have some text there, and we're going to use some dialog box. On clicking that, we can add new products into our inventory, and we are going to actually reuse this template for all the retailer and the distributor rules. Okay, so or I'm going to restrict, I'm going to have this a boolean so that we won't actually show. Technically, even if we block the UI, so this is the manufacturer slash distributor warehouse, right? We are going to have retailer slash warehouses, distributor slash warehouses. Even if we block having the button here, if the API allows that, people are going to figure that out, and people are going to like send requests and do whatever they want. Here we will make sure that it is blocked at the API level. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so update inventory. So this is going to be a form. We're going to create a form schema. We're going to create the hooks for that. Upsert inventory.tsx. So we have to work on the hooks. So this is a bit complicated. Like we have a lot of work going on in this form. So basically we are going to have a dynamic drop down, which is going to fetch what the products that belong to the manufacturer, and we will let the user to select that, and they will just add the quantity. Okay, let's create the schema and the hooks. So I'm going to the schemas in the forms library. I'm going to paste this form schema upsert inventory. Okay. And I'm going to have the hooks for that, which is going to be really simple. We are importing that schema. I'm inferring the type out of it. I'm just using use form. I'm passing the resolver using the ZAR resolver and the schema. Okay, this I've been doing this forever. All these files are similar. So this is the form management hook. I've done that. Then I'm going to add an action called upsert inventory. So in the network.action, I'm going to paste the upsert inventory action. So basically, I'm using the type we inferred from the forms. What's the problem here? Okay. So I have to actually configure the TS config. So I'm going to copy the TS config from here. I think they're okay. It actually asks for wow. So basically I had to add JSX React in the TS config so that it could import. So this is the TSX file. So I had to add that in the TS config in the network library. Okay. So then I have to create inventory document. Go to the mutation, create inventory. So I don't basically worry about the return type of the mutation because we don't use that. Most of the times we will be actually revalidating the query somewhere. So that is, so all these mutations, if you see, they are just returning the bare minimum stuff. I'm getting this. I'm just making sure that the result is of the type what we are expecting. Maybe we should check this first. Oops. Okay. So I'm getting the user. If there is no user, I'm just throwing an error. I'm getting the result of the parsed data. If the parsing is successful, I'm getting the we can truly get this. For example, let me show one thing, that if there is an optional field, dummy set.string.optional. Now can we destructure the dummy there? Again, okay. I wanted to see something else. Okay, fine. So basically what I'm saying is, after parsing, we get the return type in a typed way. And I'm using that in the create inventory document. And if it's successful, I'm revalidating the my warehouses. Actually, we have to revalidate one more thing called warehouse. Okay. I think we can do this instead of revalidating both. I think that should work. Let's see. Yeah. So basically I'm in this action, I'm getting the farm data, I'm parsing it, and I'm doing the mutation, and I'm revalidating the tag. Now let's work on the select product. So select product is going to be a drop down. We're going to use basic select with option HTML tags, and we will be doing, this is going to be a client component, and we will be displaying the products as options, and we will be listening what product got clicked. So I'm going to create a select products in the organism. I'm using the my products document. Actually, we have to mark this use client just for safety. So I'm using use state to store all the products. I'm setting the product. We are having a loading state. And inside a use effect hook, I'm fetching the products. I'm setting the products. I'm setting the loading state here. If there is loading state, I'm not having anything, any options rendered. Just some paragraph. So if we have the products, the list of products, we're going to have it here. And on clicking any of this, I'm getting the target and the value. The value is going to be the product ID. So here we're actually on select the callback, we are passing the clicked product ID. Okay. So this is the select products. We can optimize the product further. I went with the most simpler one. Okay. So now we already have the dialog component here. Oh, we don't have. Okay. So look for the shared CN dialog. Let's install that. This is the component we are going to use. I'm going to manually do it. Okay. I think we already have the React dialog. We already have the React dialog installed. I think the sheet component was using the React dialog from the Redux UI. So we don't have to do this. I'm just going to copy the dialogs component and paste it in the atoms. I also let's change the import location of this CN. CN is the tailwind merge helper function, and they were using some cross 2 icon. I don't want this, so instead I'm going to use Lucid React, which we already have, and Lucid React already has X, so let's do that. Let's use that instead. This is the dialog component. Okay, and this component is composable. We have like separate components like dialog overlay, close, trigger, content, header, so on. So I'm going to have an opinionated component called simple dialog, so I don't have to keep composing them. So I'm getting the dialog, the parts of the dialog component, the actual dialog, the dialog content, and the dialog trigger. And I'm having the type here, and I'm having some use state use effect. So basically this thing gets a close property boolean, so we can actually close the dialog from the parent. Okay, and I'm saving the open close here in the use state, and I'm looking for the close property. If it's true, then I'm just setting this open to false. I'm closing that. So this is opinionated composition we have here. We have the dialog using the open and set open here, and I'm using a button inside the dialog trigger. I'm getting the button text here. The button text is going to be React node, and the children is going to be the whatever content we have. Okay, and I have some styles here. The maximum height of 100 VH minus 4 rem. Okay, and also I enable the overflow Y scroll, so whatever height it goes, it starts scrolling if the height exceeds the maximum height. That's the opinionated dialog component we use in this product. Okay, so upsert inventory, I'm using this plus button, and I'm having the warehouse name here. Inside the label, I'm using the select products. The on select, it's going to return a product number. Okay, we can actually simplify this to an arrow function, and I don't have to actually type that. It knows it's a number. Okay, I'm using set value from the hook management, form management hook, this here. Okay, so I'm getting the set value, I'm setting the product ID as product ID. So this product ID is from the form schema. The form schema, we have the product ID, warehouse ID, and quantity. Okay, and also one more, in the warehouse ID, I'm setting it as read only, so people cannot change. They are inside a warehouse. Okay, this is where they're going to click add items to inventory, and we know that it belongs to warehouse ID 7. Okay, so this is a read only, but still I'm passing this value so that the form can know that. Then alternative of actually doing this a read only input by passing the value is you can have a use effect here, and you can, when you get the warehouse ID, you use the set value to set the warehouse ID to the form state. But I find this is much more clear, and also people can actually see that. Okay, fine. The quantity is will be registered by the will be entered by the user. That's it. Let's use this upsert inventory. Let's import that. Sample dialog 3. What's the problem with this line? Cannot resolve dialog. Why? Dialogs. Oh, dialog. Fine. I had a spelling mistake in the file name. Now it should, the button should show up. Where is the button? Warehouse template. This, oh, okay. Actually, the button will show up only when we enable the show upsert inventory. Okay, so from the page, manufacturer slash warehouses, this page, I'm going to pass the boolean show upsert inventory button. And for others, we will be using the same template but without this property, without this prop. Okay, now we have the button here. Maybe we can have it side by side, the inventory and the button. I'm going to use a flux box here, and item center gap 2. Okay, it still looks hard. That's because the title already has a margin bottom. Okay, that's better. And we will add the margin bottom here to the parent. Okay, so we don't have anything. Now we have the form here. Now we can select the products. Okay, and this is read only. I'm going to actually add some spacing to the form. So I'm thinking I should actually have a reusable form component with this spacing going on. The spacing won't work. Okay, fine, let's try this. It should work. Now automatically once I update the, like I'm going to add 6 B phones to the warehouse 7. We got it. Okay, so we're dealing with local database, and let's add. So I don't know why this none is coming. I think I'm resetting it. Fine. But after opening it, I'm getting this not a number in the. Maybe it has something to do with the default value. I'm going to like try that. Here can have default value here. Quantity is going to be 0. Okay. Now let's do it. I'm not sure. I'm going to add like 3 more. But it did not close this time. Why? So it added. But why did not the... Okay, the NAND did not solve. The NAND problem still exists. And I don't know why it's happening. I'm going to add 12 more. And now I want to close the dialog. Okay. Okay, I'm doing that, right? I'm resetting that. I'm closing the set close to true. That's what I'm passing here. Now this should actually close the dialog. Setting the product. It's done. It's resetting, but the dialog, we get it like revalidated, refetched, but still the dialog is not closing up. Okay, so I did a few changes with my simple dialog. I just thought it was really wrong to actually manage the open and set open state inside the simple dialog, and also getting a close prop from outside. It did not work, yeah, the close, when I set true for the first time, this for the subsequent times, I could not change the type of the close to false back anywhere. So I made it did not occur to me, right? We can keep it really simple. I just have the open and set open as props. I'm using them directly here, and from the consumer I'm actually having the state open set open state in the consumer, and I'm passing the value, the state and the setter function as props. Okay, so I cleaned up the created a product because I did not actually show you the resolver. This is the inventory create. This is going to be a little more complicated. Like we have the transaction table. We also have 2 cases where we have to check if their inventory already exists, right? For a particular product, if there is an inventory already there and the product has like 6 quantity, then when I'm doing like filling the form with 5 quantity, we have to end up with 11 quantity of the existing product. So we have all those cases. So I did not show you this before. Everything happens inside a transaction, so if something fails, then everything fails. Okay, so I'm getting the existing inventory using the product already and warehouse. And if there is an existing inventory, I'm creating an update. I just have to increment the quantity, or else I have to create a new inventory with the quantity of product area and warehouse. Similarly, this transaction is different from the Prisma transaction. This is a table. We have to actually store the information. Okay, so basically this is for creating an inventory, right? The first time. So we don't have a target warehouse here. That happens in the next resolver when we transfer items There we will have both the from and to, and there will be one more action called sell products. So when we sell the product, we will be having the from warehouse, but we are selling to 10 customer, right? We won't have any target warehouses. So this is the first case, creating inventory. So we have these cases to follow. Okay, and I'm returning that in the updated inventory as a result. So I'm storing that in a variable. I'm assigning this or this based on the condition. Okay, that's it. I simplified this while I was working on this tutorial. I did not think how simple we can just use it, right? We can have the setter function in the consumer and we can just pass that's the most simplest way. Let's do it. I'm selecting the before and I'm selecting 5. Okay, 5. Now the dialog automatically closes. As I told you, I'm not like too worried about having a loader bar showing errors, because we are moving really fast and it's going to be simple. We can have a loader state here, we have the button here, we have an async function here. You can set and disable the loader bar, and also in the action you can return the error properly, and you can render that, right? I'm skipping those parts. Remember, we had that not a number error. Now that is not happening anymore. Okay, so it's always 0. Close and let's open it again. It's always 0. Okay, now that error is gone. Now we have also, now I wanted to show you the transactions. We have our Prisma Studio open on 5555. There you can see the transactions. Okay, the product ID, we have the from and to and the quantity. Okay, now we have the inventories ready. Now I'm going to display the this is inventory record. Okay, so I have disabled the transfer goods and sell goods, which we will have the 2 buttons here, but I'm going to show the transactions next. Okay, so in the warehouse I'm going to have this transactions table, the ins and outs. Okay, basically incoming transaction or outgoing transaction. This transaction table is going to use tables from the shared CN, so we have to create the tables. There are 2 types of tables in shared CN. One is this vanilla one, and one is called a data table. Okay, that's much more complicated. It uses tan stack underneath, I think. I'm not sure, but we need a simple one actually. So it uses tan stack React table, but let's go with the basic one, which is just styled HTML elements. Okay, I'm going to, that's, yeah, table.tsx. I'm just pasting everything, and I have to re-import the CN, the tailwind merge class. Okay, now I'm going to create the transactions table. That's going to be inside the organism transactions table. This is going to be opinionated, so I'm importing all the table body, which are, as I told you, just some styled HTML table elements, and I'm also using the format from the data. And this is an opinionated component. Okay, and this is only for displaying the transactions. I'm getting the array of transaction detail fragments, and I'm having the header here, the header rows and the body rows, I'm having the values. Okay, let's import that. Now we get the transactions. Okay, I'm going to simplify this. I'm going to, if there are no outs, there is no point in showing the outs. Okay, length. Similarly here, if there are no ints, we don't have to show the ints. So we have to make it length. Okay, fine. So now it looks okay. And also here we can use a title. I'm going to use title 2 from the atoms. This is just a typography. I just came up with this. Just a div with some styling. Okay, so ints, and let's also do some spacing. Here I'm going to add space y4. Okay, that looks okay. Let's increase more. Fine, looks good to me. Good. So next we are going to start working on the transfer and sell. Okay, in order to transfer we need to create more warehouses, but we can immediately check the sell one, which is going to be really similar to what we did here, which is for upserting the inventory. Upserting and transfer will get one more target warehouse. Sell will be similar. Okay, so let's go do that. So first thing, I'm going to create the transfer goods. Okay, so we have to create a new form schema for that. We have to create the GraphQL query for that, and after that it gets the inventory, the warehouse ID. Oops. I just modified the simple dialog properties, okay, to satisfy the changes we just did. I'm just displaying a few information here, name and quantity, existing quantity, and I'm using the form here. I'm extending, destructuring the values from the form. We need to create the schema so that TypeScript will be happy. Yeah. So here I need to use the set open to close it. Fine. Let's create the schema. I'm going to call this form schema transfer inventory. It's going to get a product ID, quantity, from, and two warehouse IDs. Okay. And similarly, I'm going to create the hooks for that. Transfer, use transfer, inferring the type, creating the use form hook using the schema as a resolver. Okay, now I have to create the transfer inventory document. Okay, I think we don't have that resolver yet. Transfer, let's create the resolver. This is going to be similar to what we did here. First, let's create a service function. Okay, so this is the service function. I'm going to get that from to. This exactly matches the schema we just created, right? From to product ID and quantity. I'm also getting the UID so that we know who is this is a service function, not the actual resolver. So I'm again using the prisma transaction here. I'm checking the warehouse owner because I don't want anybody else to do this operation. So for that, I'm getting the warehouse and I'm just checking if one of these distributor or manufacturer or retailer ID includes the UID. includes the caller. So in order to do any changes in the warehouse, he has to be the owner of the warehouse, and our structure here enables the warehouse has 3 types of rules. Okay, that's the structure, that's the DB schema we went with, and that's what I'm making sure. That's this function. Okay, I'm just checking that. Second one, checking the inventory, sender inventory. Getting the center inventory. There are no center inventory. I'm just throwing an error. If the center inventory has the lesser quantity than the required one for doing this transfer, then I'm throwing an error as well. The second one, I'm getting the sender inventory, updating the center inventory. Okay, I'm decrementing the quantity. Similarly, I'm getting the receiver inventory, and should we throw one error here? If we don't have a receiver inventory does not exist. Okay, and then I am updating the receiver inventory. There are 2 cases here. One, if the okay, I did not see that. Okay, because this inventory may not exist. If it does not exist, we need to create the inventory for the product. If it does exist, we need to just increment. And I'm also creating a transaction, and I'm sending back the sender inventory. That's the updated one, right? Okay, so this is the, then we have to create a resolver. Go to the resolver, create the resolver. Okay, so basically I'm calling this function, service function. I'm passing the 5 arguments. I'm getting the 4 as arguments and user from the header token of the requester. Okay, so this is the resolver. Let's go fetch the mutation, transfer inventory. I'm going to go paste it in here. The GraphQL file, the input file of our code gen. Now we get our document ready. Now we get our everything ready, right? We generated a schema. We created this hook, and this is very similar to what we already did. Both our product ID and the I'm just saying, if the disable makes any appearance difference. Disabled, cursor not allowed. Okay, yeah, so I'm setting the disabled for this read only property so that it looks different. This is our transfer code. We are using this as a simple dialog. We are having a trigger called transfer, and we are using it in the inventory card. Let's enable that. Now we have the transfer. On clicking that, this is exactly what we had previously. Okay, and also I'm going to add the same styling here. Let's call with gap 2. Okay, I think I have to create a new component with the class and form. This looks good, but maybe I should put the quantity at the bottom. Okay, so people come here, they know what warehouse ID they are in and what product ID they are transferring. Okay, and the NaN error returned now. What? Okay, so again here I'm going to enter the default value here. Transfer inventory here. Let's go to the default values. The quantity is going to be 0. Okay, let's restart. Refresh the page. Open the transfer. Now we get the quantity 0. Okay. One thing is we can, like in the previous dialog, we had a select product component, right? We fetched the all products that belong to the manufacturer and we let the user select, but we can do the same here. We can let the user search for warehouses using the name or ID that goes searches all the warehouses and they can select one. But here I'm going to keep it simple. We just have to just enter the ID, okay, and the quantity of the target. Let's also do the cell transfer and we'll see the demo. Cell goods. Again, this is going to be really very similar to the transfer goods. So inside the UI, in the organism, I'm having this. So we need to again do the form schema and the hooks. I need to create this resolver and I have to create the query in the GraphQL input for the code gen. This is exact same thing. And let's fix the okay. Let's continue to work on the schema. The schema is going to be really similar, but still I'm going to have it. It's okay. We have the product ID, quantity, and warehouse. That's the exact same schema for the update upsert inventory. This is for sell inventory, but still I'm going to, this is a different form and this can evolve in a different way. So I'm going to have a different schema here and the hooks here. And we don't want provider because it's going to be a really simple form. Just I'm inferring a type, I'm creating the use form, the form management hook. Let's import that. Okay, now we have to create the reduce inventory in the resolver. So in the service, we need to create the reduce inventory. This is going to be really similar to what we had. I'm checking for the warehouse owner. If it's true, then I'm starting a transaction. I'm getting the inventory, updating the inventory, creating the transaction, and returning the updated inventory. So this here is this is a little more simpler because we don't have a target warehouse. Okay, we don't have to check another warehouse inventory, and we're dealing with only one inventory, that is the inventory of the sender, of the requester. So this is a bit simpler. This is the service function. Let's create the resolver for this. Inventory resolver. I'm going to remove inventory. Okay. Oh, that's not remove. That's reduce inventory. That's what we are working right now. Okay, so I'm getting the arguments. I'm getting the user from the token, from the header token, and I'm calling the reduce inventory service function. Now we have the reduce inventory resolver. Let's create that query, the mutation, and let's put it inside. Put it inside the input of the code gen. Remove, reduce inventory. Now open the GraphQL file in the network queries. Paste it inside. Now we get this. Okay. Okay. Fine. Let's import the sell goods from the warehouse template. Let's try to sell something. Now we have 56. I'm going to sell 6 items. Now you can see the outs are getting displayed, right? There are no 2 warehouses, only the firm warehouse, which is the 7 one, the quantity 6, and everything. Again, the quantity is there. The quantity NaN problem is back. We have to do the 2 things we did. One is go to the schema, not schema. Go to the hook, set the default values of the quantity as 0 so that I don't get the NaN. And also in the form, I have to add the flex call and gap2. That looks better. I have to refresh so that the NaN error goes away. I'm going to send like 12 more. The dialog closes automatically. We are seeing the transactions and it's updated. Fine. Now we have to look at the transfer. We have to create one more manufacturer. Okay. So instead of the manufacturer, I'm going to continue to work on the next role called distributor. So we will work on that. We will work on their page, create the warehouse. That's going to be simpler because we are going to use the exact same warehouse template for that. Okay, exact same create warehouse. Everything's going to be similar. So we are going to create the distributor and the warehouse from that distributor, and then we will come back here and we will transfer items to that newly created warehouse. Okay, so see you in the next section. Hello everyone, welcome back. This section I'm going to create the pages for the distributor. So last time, okay, let's run the applications. Last time we worked on the we are almost done with the manufacturer pages. We have the product page pending in the manufacturer. So we are actually cooking a really good a map of the product flow, right? We are creating a one more warehouse in this for the distributor. That's going to be in a different location. We'll be creating for retailer. That's going to be in a different location in the map. And when we build the product page in the manufacturer section, we'll be seeing how the product flow. Okay. Now let's create a folder called Distributor page.tsx. We have similar to this. We are going to have a layout page also here. This is going to be really similar. We're going to have the manufacturer menu, distributor menu, create manufacturer, distributor account. We're going to have this document as well. Let's work on this. I'm going to fetch the distributor document. Distributor. I'm going to go to the GraphQL input file and I'm going to paste a few things. We're going to fetch the so here we have the manufacturer one, right? Manufacturer. For the manufacturer, we were fetching the user information, the product and warehouse. But the product exists only for the... Now when I save it, we have some error in the code gen, okay? It says that product cannot be queried on the type distributor. So I'm going to delete this. Now it's happy. Now we have the... Okay, also I need to rename the query name to distributor. Now instead of the manufacturer document, I'm going to import the distributor document. And I'm fetching this. Everything else is similar. I also have to modify the tag so that I can revalidate that. So if the distributor is there, if the distributor is not there, we have to create manufacturer account. I'm going to duplicate it. Actually, we can reuse the same component with a loading state, and we can pass this action in the tag, right? Action in the this action in the props. So I don't have to create separate ones. I'm just thinking. Okay, let's do that. We need to make this function into the prop. So the type is going to be it's going to get the UID, and it's going to return a promise of void. Okay. Create action. That's what I'm going to call. It's going to take a function which is going to take UID, and so I don't have to actually pass the UID here, right? Okay, it's just the create action function. It's going to get the UID. That's going to be string. It's going to return a promise of void. Okay, and let's just call, we can just simply call that here. Wait a minute. It's like a callback. Okay, I modified the create role account component. I basically the manufacturer. Here, if the manufacturer account is not there for the particular user, I was having this component, and we were basically doing only the create manufacturer action. So I was just managing the loading state, and I'm having some delay here. And so I just modified this function. I am now getting the role and the UID, and based on the role, I'm calling a different action. Okay. And inside the action, I'm actually revalidating the tag, which is I'm using here. Okay. So that's the change I had to do in order to make this component reusable by all the three roles. Now, let me delete the distributor. Now, when I click the distributor, I'm signed in first. It is going to show creating distributor account for 4 seconds, and it's going to display this is the layout content, and this is from the page. Okay, this is the layout content, and we have the page. We only have this content. Okay, so we discussed about this. Now we are fetching the distributor in the layout, and we are doing some operation here, and we are just returning the children here. But the problem is here we have to fetch the data in the page so this is a dashboard, and in the page also we have to actually fetch the distributor data, and I could not find a way to actually reuse this data from the layout to the page. Okay, so I'm going to have some duplicate code in the page, because the root page is going to have something called a distributor dashboard. The root in the sense the root of the distributor dashboard. So you're also going to have this warehouses route inside the distributor. Now we have to create this distributor dashboard, which is going to be simple. So in the last time we were using a stat card, we are doing it again here. I'm just displaying the UID and okay, the props we changed. Changed the props of the stat card. It now takes the children instead of the count. I fixed it. Now let's import it. From the UI templates. Okay, now our dashboard is almost ready. Okay, this is the dashboard. We are just showing the dashboard UID and some warehouses. We have to actually create this page, but before that let's go into that layout, and here we have to create a menu, the sidebar and the that sidebar and the body. Okay, so I'm going to create we already have a manufacturer menu. We can reuse this, but already we have exported. We have like we are using some reusable component here. I'm going to copy paste this. A lot of things here are I should have typed that. Okay. A lot of things are here are just link and the sublinks. Okay, so I don't think there is much to I'm just renaming the information from manufacturer to distributor, and distributor does not have the products. Okay, they only have the warehouses, and the distributor menu is done. Okay, also we have to delete this, only the dashboard and the manage warehouses along with all the warehouse names. We have our distributor menu ready. I'm going to actually copy paste this and rename the distributor menu. We have the manufacturer menu, distributor menu. Okay. Fine. Um, Fine. So basically, we got the distributor menu, and actually this should be the body content. This should come. I'm going to add a div here and flexbox, maybe some gap. The exact same thing which we don't need a gap there, but for some reason I'm having a margin top too. Okay, if I don't that, okay, I think a gap would be better here. Also, let's have a roundedness, rounded large. So it matches now. Right, now we have the distributor menu ready, distributor dashboard ready. Let's work on the warehouses. It's going to be really similar to what we have here. The same ID is going to be there, the new warehouse is going to be there, the page is going to be there. I'm going to copy paste this and let's see if we can simply use that. Okay. New, sign in, create. Okay. Here we have to change it to the distributor slash warehouse. That's going to be the redirect URL. And I'm going to pass the distributor ID instead of the manufacturer ID while creating it. That is one difference. Other than that, I don't see any problem. This is the root of the warehouses page. I'm calling the my warehouses. My warehouses already the resolver. My warehouses already looks for all the 3 roles. Okay. Everything seemed to work. I did not do much instead of other than just updating the URL and the role. Fine. Now when I click it, no warehouse is found. Okay. Now I'm going to create the warehouse. I did not do much. I'm just completely reusing the same warehouse template. Wow. Where did it go? Okay, something went wrong. Okay, somewhere in the menu or even in the dashboard, I'm actually pointing to the, so I was having like 2 users. This is the manufacturer guy, manufacturer. Okay, so already we were using this user, right? But what happened is this guy, when I clicked it, the URL was pointing to the manufacturer. Okay, manufacturer slash works warehouses, and this guy did not have the manufacturer account, so that's why it was doing that. So I have to do 2 things. One, here I have to change the manufacturer to distributor. Okay, one more thing, that the dashboard, just this, here also we have to replace, it's already replaced, distributor slash warehouse. Okay, now let's try it. On clicking this, it's opening the distributor slash warehouse, and on clicking the new, okay, like where is the new button? We are inside the warehouses. Here we have the new, and that there we have the manufacturer, right? So we have to change this to distributor. Fine. So this is the distributor warehouses page. Probably if I like type this, so now we don't have any manufacturer related text here, so we should be fine. Now on clicking the new, we should be opening the distributor slash warehouses slash new. Okay, so this is the default location I set. Let's create a warehouse. Okay, I have some sample data. So this warehouse, the distributor warehouse, is going to exist in Sholingnallur, Sholingnallur. Okay, Let's create that. Now it's successful. It also cooked a map, a static map, and it comes back to the distributor slash warehouses. Okay, so the warehouse ID is going to be 10, and we have the address and the creator date and so on. Now we have the warehouse. Now we have to create the warehouse. Okay, actually this is also there. Fine. Okay, when I was like copy pasting the new one, the warehouses that ID, here I have to do one change because I don't want the distributor to be creating inventory items. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this. So inventory is empty. The distributor logged in, created an account, created a warehouse. Now the distributor does not have any inventory, and that person cannot add the inventory himself. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to contact one of these guys to transfer. We did not test this, okay, yet. The target ID, this is what I was talking about. Like this ID is 10. We can upgrade this so that the users can actually search for target warehouses, but I'm going to keep this simple. So we have 38 items. I'm going to transfer that person 8 items. Okay, I think something went wrong. Transfer target 8. Wow. Okay, so actually we did not test the transfer items yet. So something is going wrong. Transfer goods. By doing the transfer inventory document, we are passing the variables. We are, oh, okay, find my warehouses. Oh, yeah. 1 minute. Sell goods. There. Let's use the watch and form state because I think the form did not submit. Okay. Now we have that. I'm entering the to 10 and the quantity is going to be 8. When I submit it, now I got back errors. See, one thing I did, I don't think I missed to do is our label actually get the error message directly. So we can get the errors that warehouse. This is the from warehouse ID, right? I think. Product ID. This is the target. This should be the to warehouse ID. So we can assign the errors directly into the label and they will be like displayed right underneath. Okay. What's going on here? Expected number 10 a.m. Now something goes wrong and these are not being recognized by the form, but we exactly did this in the cell dialog, right? Let's fix it. I'm assigning it to, probably it has something to do with the disabled, and maybe the data was not being accessed here. Yeah, I think so. So when I remove the disabled, now React hook form can access the data. So I added that for some styling, but that was not helpful. Target whereas it is 10 and I'm passing 8 quantity. But I think I have to refresh the page. Okay, now we only get error for the target warehouse ID. And also I'm going to add one more check here. Here the quantity minimum has to be 1, right? So it does make sense if the quantity is less than 1. So if I don't do anything, if I search, if I have 0, it says clearly that number must be greater than or equal to 1. Okay, so I'm going to make it 8 and okay. Now that is successful. What happened is that the form itself, I had this disabled button, disabled fields, and React hook form was not able to get the value from the disabled input field. Now it's successful. Now we are seeing the updated value here. Here we don't have any GraphQL subscriptions or anything. We have to refresh it. But whenever the user does something in the page, we will revalidate, but we don't have control over what's happening outside the page right now. So we created the distributor, we created the page. It was simple actually. We use the same code, we use the same templates. We just have from the page we just had to change the properties, the redirect URL and the roles. Now everything works. Also here we are seeing the transactions ins and outs. Let's try selling this. The quantity is 0 right now, and I'm going to sell 2 items to somebody we don't know. Okay, so that is successful. Now we have 6. I'm also having seen the quantity 2 from Solinganallur logistics hub to nobody. Okay, we don't know that. Okay, let's try to transfer back to this guy. Okay, to the Ennur supply nexus. That warehouse ID is 7. Quantity is going to be 2. So it reduced 2 further, and while refreshing the target, I'm seeing the 2 here, and I'm also seeing the transaction. Okay, actually this is the transaction. Okay, we got the ins, the 2 items inside in 2. Okay, so that's all about the distributor page. We can create more warehouses, and they are going to be showing up here. In the next section we will be working on the retailer, which is going to be really similar to what we did. And maybe just do it. Let's just do it. Okay, right away, because the distributor and retailer are going to be really similar in actions. Retailer, and in the page I have to actually create the retailer instead of the distributor. Let's query the retailer. Paste it. We are reaching the user and warehouse information. We can again simplify the whole. We have some duplication here, and we can simplify it using fragments, but I'm going to move on. We have the retailer document. Let's import that retailer document and use it here. Also here it has to be retailer. If there are no retailers, Oh, we are in the page. Okay. Actually, we have to be working on the layout. Caching. We need caching. Here I'm going to add one more condition here called retailer. And I'm going to duplicate this action to create retailer. And I'm going to create the mutation for that. Not creating a mutation, but creating the mutation for the code gen. Now inside the create role account, I can fetch the, oops, actually I was working on the create retailer. I can fetch the create retailer document and use it. Create retailer input. Retailer has to be revalidated. Fine. That is create retailer. Okay. Now I'm going to fetch it in the create a role account, and I'm going to have one more condition here along with the manufacturer. You can have a switch statement, it may look better, but yeah, just if conditions. Okay, this is the layout, and here I'm passing the retailer role. We need to create the retailer menu. Okay, so this is the retailer menu, which is going to be really similar to what we did with the distributor. Okay, so basically I copy pasted and I'm just modifying the distributors to the retailer. Everything is looking good. And also in the page, I have to create the distributor dashboard, which is a simple thing. I'm going to again create a retailer dashboard, and I'm going to modify everything. Okay. Fine. This is the retailer dashboard. Again, we are just displaying the length of the warehouse. Okay. Fine. Everything is looking good, and also inside the warehouses. Okay. I think that's all. Manufacturer warehouse page. Just okay. Everything else is same. Let's try that. I'm going to create one more guest Okay, let me actually create use one of my Google account. Okay, so this is the account we are going to use as the retailer. So I'm going to go to the sign in. Now when I click Google for the very first time for this URL origin, it's going to ask us to sign into that. Okay, and the subsequent times Google is going to just log in us without asking the email ID, so that I don't have to show my email ID to you. I'm going to go to the retailer. It's going to say creating retailer account for 4 seconds, and this is the retailer page. Okay, this is the retailer slash warehouses. This is the retailer slash warehouses slash new. Let's create one more warehouse. So I'm going to call this Tambaram distribution depot. Where is Tambaram? Okay. Okay. Some description, some address. Now I want this to be successful and want to return back to the retailer slash warehouses URL. Okay. Now we are seeing the retailer slash warehouses. Now we can go to this warehouse page. Now the inventory is empty. Now let's ask one of our distributors to transfer some items to us. So I'm going to ask like 3 items. Okay, we have only 1 remaining. And when I refresh the page, we have 3 remaining. And we are seeing all our transactions too. So basically, we have created all the 3 roles, all the 3 menus are working, pages are working. Distributor, retailer, manufacturer. We have only one thing remaining, which is the phone page. Okay, we don't have anything here, just a phone ID is being displayed here. I'm going to actually create a map. We're going to have like markers and lines to show how the product flow went like. Okay, so we'll see in the next section. Thanks for watching. Okay, we have one thing pending, which is to work on this product page, where we're going to have some basic information about the product, and we will be building a component called product flow, which is a map which shows the warehouses, the relevant warehouses, and the quantity of items warehouse they shared. Okay, we are going to use the map with markers and paths. Okay, so I'm going to create an organism called product flow. So now in the page, I'm going to do some audio. We're going to actually fetch some information, and also we have to actually create a query called product. We don't have. Okay, let's create it. This is going to be a bit complex. We are going to fetch a whole lot of stuff. I'll show you here. API is not running. Okay, so we have to pass the product ID. Let's do it. We have one product and the ID is 9. Okay. So we're going to get all this information in the product page because we're going to display them all. Okay. I'm actually thinking about using the transaction details and warehouse details, but it looked different to me. Okay, so I'm just going to move on. The code gen is working. So in the products page, I'm going to fetch the information first. If there are no product, I'm just returning some message. And I'm going to create a product details page, which is going to be bare minimum information about the product. So we get the products from the product from the product query, and I'm just displaying the name, description, and date. And let's render it. And it's going to ask the product. The product is going to be data.product. Fine. Now we have it's displaying some basic information. We can okay, also let's quickly add an image. Product.image. I'm not fetching image here. I've added the image. Now I can catch the image here. You see how fast the whole process, the developer experience is. See? Okay. Or no image dot jpeg. Okay. And let's add some alt. Let's add width and height. And we are having the picture here. I'm going to make it square. Also object color. And also some rounded large and some shadow. Does not look good, but yeah, fine. Yeah, so this is the introduction. We are going to have the product flow below this. So that's the product details. Let's work on the product flow. Okay, so the product flow is also going to take the product as the prop. Let's import the product query from the generated. We have the product now. Okay, so the most important part is we are actually going to do a lot of data manipulation, client side data manipulation here. We did not do till now. I'll tell you. So I'm going to have a map here. I'm going to have a panel, and let's have some default zoom controls. And I'm going to just loop through the inventories and let's just put the inventories. So the marker is going to come from the map marker. I'm having some anchor offset. I'm having some key and latitude and longitude. Those are coming from the inventory themselves. I have to actually pass the initial position here. I have to import the map. And okay, the map is imported. I'm going to create a component called styled icon because I'm going to use different icons for the different roles in the map so that you can easily see which is a manufacturer, which is a distributor, and a shop. I'm using a style icon which just gets an icon and has some class name. Okay, that's all this whole component does. And I'm going to import these icons from the Lucid icon. Let's look at this. Here is the map. I have to actually add the product flow. Okay. Now, okay, so this is a client component, the product flow. So it's a client component. I have to mark that. Now we have the map ready. And it currently it is displaying the this is a factory, this is the warehouse, the distributor, this is the store, and it currently displays all the existing of the inventory of the page of the product, the particular product, right? Now remember when I refresh, when I refresh, like I'm really confused, like why am I getting all these things in my incognito? Okay, when I refresh, the map starts at 0 0, but I'm going to do something like I'm going to calculate the bounds. Okay, taking all the latitude and longitude of the warehouses, and I'm going to also have some padding so that the map will be ready when we open. So you saw that how I did not even give any location here, the initial view state. Okay, this is a huge function for calculating the calculate bounds. I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, I'm going to import the lat long like here, which is going to be one of these number, a tuple of number, an object of lang or lat or lon or lat or lang lot. Okay, there are two variations. I'm getting the transactions, the input. I'm initializing an array. I'm looping through all the transactions we get, and if there is the location of the two warehouse, I'm adding that. If there is a location for the from warehouse, I'm adding that. If the locations are after finishing it, if the location array is empty, I have a default bounds array. Let me copy paste into the libs/util. Okay, this is where we are having the like constant values, right? So I'm having this, and let's import that. Why? So okay, actually it is understanding the location in a wrong way. Okay, so I'm going to guide it by telling what the location is. They both look simple, but yeah, so there are some cleanups to be done. So this location, now this guy understands the type. So I'm just looping through the transactions. I'm just pushing both the true and from, right? We need both the warehouses into the array. If there is no array, I'm just using the default one, which is a bound around Chennai. And I'm calculating the lat long, the minimum, and we are actually, any bound is this is north, east, lat long, south, west, lat long. That is the bound. Okay, I'm just calculating the minimum lat, minimum lat, maximum lat, minimum long, maximum long, and I'm using this, looping through everything, and I'm just calculating all these variables. Minimum lot. Okay, yeah. So we are basically coming up with a range of lat long and range of latitude first, minimum and maximum latitude, and minimum and maximum longitude. And I'm creating a difference because I'm going to offset it. Okay, so I'm going to have it here. It's just offset is going to be like 10% of the minimum to maximum latitude, longitude, and latitude. And I'm returning this. Now we have the calculate bounds, and we did like a lot of things. We are getting the warehouses to and from, and I'm calculating the minimum and maximum for latitude and longitude. I'm just returning the also I'm adding some offset for that. I'm returning an array. This is going to be the bounds. This can be used by the map. Here I'm going to add the initial view state, and I'm going to call the calculate bounds and product dot inventories. Okay, sorry, transactions. Okay, empty array. Initial view state. Oops, it has to be the bounds, not the actual. Here I'm passing the calculate bounds, whatever we, this is a bound. Okay, this is not initial view state. Initial view state will be having latitude, longitude, and zoom. This is bound will have the northeast lat long and northwest southwest lat long. Now when I refresh it, let's can anybody see this? Actually, everybody can see this because I don't have check here. Let's do that. In the products layout, this is the manufacturer layout. With the products, we don't have a products layout there. I think we should have one. Okay, actually the problem is not that, but when somebody is trying to access the product, but they don't own the product, we shouldn't show that. Okay, right now the product resolver, this is the one we are using. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it an authenticated. I'm going to get who is accessing that, and I'm going to do the row level check here. Check row level permission. I'm passing the user and I'm passing the args.where.id. Oops, that's not it. Let's do one thing. Let's fetch the product first. Okay. So even if anybody is trying to access the product, we are actually fetching it and we are doing this. Now what happens is we fetch the product, we get the manufacturer ID from that, we get the user, and now the admin and everybody can access, can look at the product, but not everybody else can look the product. Now if I refresh it, it's going to say product not found. Okay, the error message is not precise, but still it stops somebody from accessing that. But this guy can open it, and also you can see the 10% padding, and let's play around with the padding a bit. I loved enjoyed working with that. Let's say I have like 50% padding. Okay, so this is 50% padding. You can see that this is 100% and this is 50%. Fine, I'm happy with 0.1, and now we have actually displayed the precise collection of warehouses, and also we are displaying the number here, and now I'm going to display a line that shows the amount of products transferred in that path. Let's work on that. I'm going to create a product called mapline. This is going to take a from location to location, children, okay, whatever content it passes, and also I'm passing getting a line ID in order to use that in the key. Okay, and I'm having, so this is the component. I'm getting the midpoint. Okay, from and to, I'm just returning an average of the latitude and longitude. I mean, not the yeah, right. Take 2 latitude, sum and divided by 2, we get the average. That's how we get the midpoint, which is again a location. Okay, and I'm creating a coordinates. The coordinate is the from and to, and it expects me to pass in this format. This is a bit weird, like it's an array of arrays, and it was expecting me to use the exact format. I'm creating a JSON, GeoJSON data. I'm calling it a line string, geometry, passing the coordinates. Now I'm doing two things. One, so this is the source. I'm passing the GeoJSON data inside that. I'm creating a line. Okay. So in the GeoJSON data, I'm specifying it's a line string, and I'm specifying the coordinates in the required syntax format. Okay, and I'm using the source. The source and layer are from the React Map.gl to wrap two kinds of layers. So the first one is going to draw a line, and I'm specifying the line color, line width, and the line dash array. So it's going to be 6 followed by 3 gap, 6 lines followed by 3 gaps. And also there is a layer for circle, and I'm mentioning the circle radius as 4, and we can modify any of this. So basically this will be placed on these 2 locations. Okay, so we're going to have a line with 2 dots at the 2 ends. So that's the map line component. And also optionally I'm getting the children, I'm using a marker, and basically I'm going to use this for displaying the quantity. And that happens, so this marker happens with the midpoint, where we calculate the midpoint based on the average of the locations, latitude and longitude, and I'm using a marker and I'm passing the midpoint, longitude and latitude as the location. So this is the component for creating a line with a number in the center. Now I'm going to create one more function here. The product flow. We can do some cleanups. Okay, I'm having a type here, transactions. It's going to be new map. I'm going to use a map, so I'm going to rename this as React map. Okay, so that I can use this JavaScript map. And I'm looping through the transactions. If actually, in order to draw a line, we need 2 points. If any of the from or to are not there, we cannot draw that line. So I'm returning that. I'm creating a key based on the from and to, and I'm looking for if the map already has, I'm basically creating the unique set of paths. Okay, if the map already has this key from and to, so I'm creating a key based on the from and to, and I'm actually checking for the existing transaction. If it's already there, I'm just increasing the quantity. And if it's not there, I'm creating a new key with the transaction. I'm just consoling log the transaction map to see what the structure, and I'm creating an array from that, and I'm returning that. So this is what we are going to use to loop and render the map line. So inside the React map, I'm going to put it inside, getting all the transaction. I'm passing inside the aggregate transactions, getting the transaction back, and I'm rendering that. I'm passing the key and also the line ID, the front and to location, and along with the transaction quantity. So this transaction, basically the quantity is a manipulated one. Okay, so for example, if there are like multiple transactions happened between a warehouse 1 and 2, we are basically taking that, summing up the quantity. We can actually, this should happen at the database level. Okay, we should be doing some group by aggregate query based on 2 warehouses, and but for simplicity, I'm doing it locally here, which won't scale. Okay, yeah, so that's the product flow. Let's look at the, how cool is that? Actually, one problem here is, here we have a overlap. There's a edge case here. Okay, I actually sent back 2 from here, remember, and there are more underneath. There is an 8 underneath and a 2 in the top. Basically there are like 2 lines drawn. Okay, Actually, I wanted to actually show both the lines. We cannot like subtract. We cannot write any simple logic to take the 8, subtract the 2, and say that 6 traveled here. That won't make sense. That's not clear. Okay. So what I'm thinking, probably I should like think about a UI like this. If there are like two if it's two-way, I have to create some gap between them, make them look like there are two paths going on. But I don't have the means right now to do that, and I'm happy with whatever I have here. Okay. And imagine when the product is much wider with a lot of warehouses, this map is going to look really cool, and we can work on the performance further, like stuff like when I scroll it, when I move the map, I can look at we can like query the warehouses based on the geography, based on this bound. You can do everything, but this is just a starting point. I'm really happy with what I got here. Everything is working. So yeah, that's it. What do you think? I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Everything is in GitHub. So I copy pasted a lot of things, but I wanted to show something. The root package or JSON. Wait a minute, I'll come back. I'm going to use a package called clock to count the lines of code. Okay. So I'm going to use that. The root package or JSON, I'm going to paste this script. Clock, I'm using npx clock. I'm excluding directories like node modules, dist build, pnpm clock, package or JSON, package log, at generated and generated itself. Okay, so we have our generated tsx, GraphQL, the type of document node, GraphQL types generator, right? And also I'm excluding the .next and .nx. Okay, I think that's sufficient. So I'm going to see how many lines of code our project has. We built it on top of, wow, I think it's not precise. Okay. It's actually possible. So it says that I have like 10,000 lines of TypeScript, okay, which I'm a little bit suspicious. Maybe I have to the Foundation X workshop. Let's see how much line it goes. So I'm going to paste the same clock here and run that. So it says the foundation project is 4,000, and actually in this tutorial we typed almost 6,000 lines of code, 6,000 lines of TypeScript. Okay, so that's why I was copy pasting a lot of things. I tried to record this by typing everything, and it was taking too much time for me. So I hope I explained a lot of things, and every code is in GitHub. You can have a look at them. Go like clone the project, give a star if you like my work. Okay, so yeah, so see you in the next video. Bye. Hey, I just realized that I missed a cool feature, that a search feature. I'm going to build that. So basically I'm going to use Mapbox API and to search for so it's like a fuzzy search, but it's going to be intelligent enough to return back the results based on my search term, and on clicking the option, the map will actually move to that part. so I don't have to keep scrolling, keep moving the map, right? So let's build that. I'm going to create an organism called search location. Probably I should keep it inside the map. Search location.tsx. Okay. So the search location is going to take an on location change. The view state is going to come from, oops, not that. It's going to come from the map. Okay. So basically, this is where we're going to have the logic. And once the location changes, this is a callback. Okay. So the parent can send whatever function to call here, and that will be accessed. I'm going to have a value and open states. And I'm going to create a custom hook called use search location. So this is where we're going to call the Mapbox API along with the search term, and we are going to get back the results with the name and their locations. Okay. And I skipped this because it was I was having like a debouncing going on. I had okay, let's just do that. So inside our hooks, I'm going to have this. The location info is going to be place name lat long. Okay, this is what we are going to return back, an array of place name and lat long. So I was having this use debounced value. I was using RxJS to have some debouncing effect, but let's have it. Okay, so I was like I was in dilemma. I was like thinking we can pass here and get rid of all the Mapbox related stuff. I mean RxJS related stuff, but I want to also use the debouncing. Okay. So the debouncing value, as you can see, it gets a value, it gets some milliseconds time, and it debounces that input. So whatever happens, if we like pass five inputs, like 100 millisecond gap, and when we leave the 300 millisecond interval after typing the fifth item, we are going to get back one string with all the 5 items. Okay, so that we don't have to keep calling the APIs. The debounced, this is the hooks file. I'm going to keep everything here. So I'm saving a file here. I'm creating this is a subject which we can pass more, more values into. So basically this guy gets a value, and whenever this changes, we are using inside that use effect, right? Whenever this value changes, I'm going to insert that value inside the subject. Okay, and let's use the use debounce hook. Here we are using the RxJS stuff. We are creating a use subject within a use state, and I'm using a pipe. I'm using a debounce time. So this is where the delay is inserted. And I use a tab for doing the side effects. I'm calling the function, okay, whatever function I get, and I'm also catching the error. So this is the use debounce effect, use debounce along with the use debounce value. So inside the UI, I'm going to add the RxJS as a dependency. Now we can import these guys. Okay. So we have our useDebounce, and I'm using the useDebounce in order to create a useDebounce value, and I'm using that in the useSearch location. Okay, so I'm creating a debounced search text using the useDebounce value, and I'm passing that. So inside the use effect, I'm calling the API Mapbox. Oops, actually I have to paste the Mapbox token. 1 minute. Okay, so we are calling the Mapbox API with the Mapbox places. I'm passing the search text. I'm also passing the fuzzy search to true, so that it allows it'll be like a little more lenient towards the spelling mistakes and so on. And I'm also passing the access token from the environment variable. I get everything. I do some data manipulation here based on the return type. I'm converting everything into the location info, place name and lat long, and I'm returning it. So that's all I'm doing, and I'm returning the loading state, setter for the loading state, storing loading state, the search text, setter for the search text, and also the location info. The location info is the actual output. Okay, so that's what I'm calling here. I'm getting the loading set text, set search text. Okay, that's what we will be calling from here, and we are getting the output in the location info. I'm using a React use effect, and that's this value coming from. Okay, so I have a value here, and whenever the value changes, I'm just setting that to the search text. Okay, and this thing is going to be used inside a map, so we can access the map using use map. This we are going to use to navigate the map. Whenever somebody types something, selects an option, we are going to actually get the lat long from that option, and we will be moving the map to that location. I'm going to copy with some JSX. So this is a simple input element we just created, and the loader is just an icon. Maybe we can have animate spin. Okay, so this is a drop down. Okay, so I'm basically, so I could not immediately find a combo box when I was doing this. I think we have a combo box now in Chatcn. I initially was using the material UI. Material UI has an autocomplete. Wow. Google. Okay, this worked really good with whatever I had in mind, but when I switched to combo box, I tried using this, but I had issues. So so I just resorted back to creating my own dropdown, which is not a good idea actually. I make everything relative, and I'm managing the open state myself. On clicking, I'm setting the open state, and if it's open, I'm actually having a drop down here. So this is going to be the absolute. I'm having some Z value here, and having some margin top here, overflow hidden. So this whole layout is going to be absolute, and that's going to have a list of buttons here. Okay, and that button I'm going to render the place name, and on clicking that, I'm going to actually do all these things. One, calling the callback, the on location change. We will be actually calling the set value from the React hook form that will be set in the callback. I'm modifying the use set value and the set open state, and I'm also using the map which we got from the use map to actually fly to that location. I enabled a essential true to see that animation is cool. So that's all about this component. Okay, one thing you can do is I'm using the use debounce value here. You can have it here. Okay, I'm going to use this search location in the create warehouse template. Here we already have okay, we already have a panel here. Where is the map? Okay, I'm going to add one more panel, but this time I'm going to target the top left top. That's where we're going to have the search location template. I mean the component. Now we get here. I have to refresh. Okay, now we have the search place enabled. I'm like can search for Madurai. Okay, so you got you saw the loader button. This is like I manually this is not a reused, like when it comes to UI, I avoid building them myself because I have to do a lot of things like keyboard shortcuts, which is not here, right? I cannot go back. I cannot navigate the drop down menu using keyboard, and also it's not going to be accessible. But it looks cool. As I said, I completely moved away from the material UI, and I could not find an alternative for this kind of component. So I just built it myself. When I click it, it's going to move there. Okay. One more thing, what I missed to do is in the here we have a callback on location change. I'm going to use the set value here. We have to fetch that set value from the use form, and I'm going to set the address dot latitude to, and this guy is going to pass me the location. Okay, and I'm going to use the location dot latitude here, and also the longitude. Fine. Now when I search something like Kanyakumari, it goes, but also then the warehouse goes with it. Okay, when I search like Paris, the map navigates, and the warehouse, since I'm setting this value here, the warehouse automatically moves there, and we can start working from there. So this part I skipped while doing it in order to avoid some complexities, but I wanted to add it later. Okay, I wanted to add it now, and I'm really happy with the video. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so please I don't have anything to say, just thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye.